Just rebooting.
It might not do it automatically.
Okay.
Oh, this is it.
All right. Morning. Shall we begin with the karakia? I'll lead us off. I need to have it in front of me here so that I don't get a sore neck. Okay.
Pātaka te hau ki te uru, Pātaka te hau ki te
Mā taratara ke tai, e hi aki ana te awhakura, he tiu, he huka, he hau, tihe, oriora.
Morena. Come on in. Come on in. Make yourself at home. Morning, everybody. I feel like I need to stand. It's a little bit different than normal. Normally, everybody's sort of closer around, but I will stand just for the introduction for this morning. Please note that it's being live streamed. And as I often joke, don't share your grandmother's secret recipe unless you want the whole world to know about it. What else do I need to tell you? Just to welcome you and welcome the members from live streaming as well, and the board members and staff and the whole here who are ready to make submissions. Thank you. Today we are going to be talking about lots of interesting things, learning lots of things, and we want to do that with respect and honour each other in that. So all the talking is done at this table. This is how we roll at the community board in Banks Peninsula. The seated area where you folk are is where you can sit back, relax, sit on your hands, bite your tongue, do what you need to do, and wait for it to be called up. I will call you up if you have made a slotted time to make a deputation. Until then, relax. And we're a friendly bunch, but we do have to follow the rules. So therefore, time limits are really important, and it makes it fair for everybody. Please respect and stick to the time frame of 10 minutes per person. I will politely tell you when you have 3 minutes left, so listen out for my voice. You can use this time to speak faster to cover all your points, or you can wrap up and allow time for questions from elected members. And we find that very useful because we may have clarifying questions that we have to ask. When you hear me say that your 10 minutes is up, please finish up and then sit down. We have for elected members this little pink sheet here. So as we are going along, if we have any questions that can be referred back to staff for the end, write that down as you go and then pass that to staff. And that way we know that we can ask the questions that we want to ask at the time that we can. Thank you again for being here today. May we get some more sunshine in here. I'm looking forward to a good process where we listen, learn and respect. A little bit of housekeeping that I need to say. In the event of an emergency evacuation, please follow the staff to the southern car park. Now, I don't know my north and east and west and south, so follow the staff. The bathrooms are down the hall and on the left if you need them. And please help yourself to refreshments during the break. Okay, I think that's everything apart from apologies. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask us and during a break or whatever you need. Right, I'll sit down and I'll start with apologies.
We've received apologies from Nigel Harrison and Helen.
Okay, great. So Nigel, we are hearing from him. He's caretaking. Luana, who's here, due to a conflict of interest, is sitting back from the table, but very welcome to see her here today. And Howard, apologies from him. Can I have a mover for that, please? Tyrone, and a seconder. Kathy, thank you. All those in favour?
Right.
Against? That is carried. Thank you. Declarations of interest, as always, it's a very important part of what we do. And if there's anything that comes up during the meeting, elected members can mention that at the time or mention it now. And as we have done so with Luana, we can mitigate that. Thank you. Right, let's get straight into it, shall we? It's going to be a good day. Deputations by appointment. First up, we have Bridget Irving. Come on up to the table here. Welcome. And who do we have with you, Bridget?
Yes, so we have Nigel Coulter, so I'm counsel.
Yes, unfortunately that is the case. What can we do about that stuff?
Ask people to speak up.
Okay, we'll see how we go. We will do our best to make sure that we speak as loudly as possible. Thank you.
Yes, I'm counsel for Christy and Nigel. So Nigel's joining us here today, and my colleague Hannah has come along as well.
Okay, and where are you from, sorry?
So me personally, I've come up from Dunedin today, and obviously Nigel and Christy live out at Puro, directly adjacent to the reserve.
Right, yeah.
So Christy hasn't joined us today because she's participating in a court hearing herself. So did just want to extend her apologies for being unable to participate. Now, I just wanted to flag that in correspondence with staff, we did raise some concerns about timing and process, and we do remain a little bit concerned about the constraints that have been placed on submitters here. We'll work with that. The key issue raised in our submission in relation to the revocation of the reserve status relates to whether or not Conservation Act obligations to give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi apply to the council in this circumstance. And we've set out in our submissions that were filed last week what we think the correct legal position is in relation to that. So I won't traverse that again, but just want to highlight that as one of the key concerns. And then I suppose starting off on the wrong foot, effectively that has then permeated through the rest of the analysis and the options that have been evaluated by the council. In terms of the options analysis itself, we think that there have been a number of leaps in logic in relation to the options, in particular advantages and disadvantages that might arise from revocation when the process that has been set out subsequent to that doesn't provide security as to outcome. So in particular, the consultation documents referred to public access remaining available to the reserve subsequent to the revocation, but that isn't secured by way of the motion that has been put in the paper. And so I don't think you can be confident as things currently stand that those benefits are secured by the preferred option that is discussed. And if revocation was to be decided as the right outcome today, then my suggestion to you is that those motions would require refinement to ensure that the benefits that are discussed in the options document are achieved in the process that will follow from the revocation. And that would include ensuring that a subsequent application to the Māori Land Court under Te Ture Whenua Māori Act had a Section 340 request, which requires the land to be managed for the benefit of all people in New Zealand. The other aspect that I just wanted to highlight was that there are obviously multiple options put in the report. A number of submitters, including Christy and Nigel, have requested that there is a reclassification of the reserve rather than a revocation of reserve status. The staff report indicates that that outcome couldn't be decided without a separate consultation process, and I would just note I don't think that is correct. You have the ability to assess all the options that have been put to you. Submitters have requested that outcome, and I think it would be within the scope of the powers that you have in front of you today to make a recommendation that a reclassification of the reserve was the appropriate outcome. And I think you could also include in that the subsequent management of the reserve be achieved by way of a administering body, which I talk about a bit further in the written submissions that were filed last week. So I think that's all I'll touch on verbally, and just make myself and Nigel available for questions if you have any. We've obviously filed a fair bit of technical information. I've provided you with a reasonable amount of reading material with the cases that we've referred to.
Wonderful, thank you. You've done a great job at allowing time for questions. So thank you for putting that together. Who would like to ask a first question? Okay.
Detailed, isn't it?
It has all been detailed, yes. So there may not actually be questions because of the detail that you've put in the report. Just allowing a little bit of space just in case, because this is the opportunity where we can do that. Julie.
So I was interested in what I would call conditions, I suppose, because I think we might need to consider those. And so that's, I guess you've mentioned a couple, like the public access and the application to the Te Ture Whenua Act. And I see you had written, there's a few other things written in the submission.
Is this in the written submission or the legal submissions filed last week?
Yeah. I think I didn't know there was a difference, but submissions on behalf of Chris.
Yeah, so that'll be what we filed last week.
Yeah. And so on page 2, there was quite a list of various things.
Yes.
A to F, and so there's a few other things mentioned here, like a backup plan in the event the reservation order is not made, what activities are enabled within the reservation called, and management of it once it ceases to be a local purpose reserve. So and you mentioned maintaining public access. So I gather that those other things would also be things that you would be wanting some assurances on.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, and this was traversed, I think, in our original submission, was ensuring that the advantages, particularly of the preferred option that's outlined in the report, that those are actually secured by the process that follows. So a lot of what I've set out there in paragraph 4 are effectively those things. And so my suggestion to you would be that that needs to be addressed in the motion, so that when staff are implementing the decision, that it is very clear the outcome that needs to be achieved to ensure that those matters are all addressed and the advantages that are being relied on, in fact, follow from the decision. Yep. Recognising, obviously, at the starting position a preference for a variation in reserve status, but we've tried to provide options that would also address some of the concerns within the bounds of the third option.
Lovely. Any other questions, Tyrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just in terms of the maintenance of public access, what sort of activities are you envisaging in terms of what public access would look like?
Well, I think, as I understand it, people currently do utilise the reserve, particularly on windy days and things like that. And I understand from the documentation that there are likely to be areas of the reserve that are more sensitive than others. And so there may need to be presumably fencing and so on that would keep people off the areas that are particularly sensitive, but make other areas of the reserve available to people to utilise, as has been the case previously. And presumably also to learn about the history of the site and its significance.
Right. We've got 2 minutes for the last question. Looks like you, Tyrone.
Yeah, just to clarify, I mean, are we talking sitting and reflecting, or are we talking playing touch, or are we talking having barbecues? Like, I just want to get a bit of a sense of what public access kind of means.
Well, I mean, I don't, yeah, you can go ahead.
So I think what we're trying to find out is what public access means, because that's what's been given to us so far.
Right.
Yeah, you're going to have public access. I think the questions you're asking are probably fair enough. And I think today what you've got to do is divide that. At one stage, we were looking at putting notice boards, things up to educate the public about the significance of the site. I think we've got to carry that on and perhaps share so that there's areas on that site which are applicable to barbecues, touch and the rest of it, and there's areas that aren't. And I think what we'd like to see is that clarified so that at the end of the day, we're not asking these questions.
Yeah,
and these questions have been answered.
Thank you, Nigel. No, that's good. I appreciate that answer.
So I almost throw it back to.
Yeah, no, that's good. No, that's fair enough.
This is how we see it.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
That's great. Very quickly, Asif, yes.
Just so what I hear is like there is no clear opposition to the option one. What we're asking is an amendment to
I think,
to the motion.
yeah, our preference is not option one, because of the issues associated with the subsequent management. But what I've tried to do with the time I have available today is to identify how you might make option one respond to the issues that have been raised in the submissions. Our view is that altering the reserve status and keeping it within the Reserves Act framework with a administering body, whether that's a trust or a co-governance arrangement, would better respond to the issues that have been raised. But we've, I suppose, tried to focus on how we might problem solve within the council's preferred option.
Great. Lovely.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, team. Appreciate your time. Appreciate the effort that's gone into it. Exact perfect timing. Love that. So thank you very much. I'm wondering if people are being able to hear in the back. Is it tricky? Is it worth taking a minute to shuffle forward a bit, perhaps? So let's, everybody, if we can do that. Just bring your seat forward, or anyone's beside you, as much as you can, really. And the minute teams. I think it's fine once everybody's moved. I need to online. How does that? Hopefully they'll be a bit better. We want everybody to be able to hear. And I know it's tricky when people have got their back to you too, so Feel free to lean forward if you need to. Okay, next we've got Sarah Pritchard. Come on up. Bring your deputation papers up. Thank you.
First of all, I just want to mihi tū te hapu o Ngāti Whiki. Kia ora koutou, and ngā mihi nui kia koutou to the community board of Te Pātaka o Rākaihautū, and ngā mihi nui kia koutou. So I live under the shelter of Te Ahu Pātaki, next to waters of Te Whakaropua in Kaururu, Church Bay. My ancestors first arrived in Aotearoa in 1840 to Wellington. That was on my mum's side, and then on my dad's side to Ōhaniho, Littleton, in about 1853 onwards.
Sorry to interrupt. I know it's really hard, but if you don't mind speaking up as much as you feel comfortable, that would be great.
Sure. Ko takata tiritiaho, ko Sarah Pritchard, taku ikua. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Te Whakaropua has been a big part of my life, my whole life, with my grandparents or my grandmother living in Church Bay, and my parents, my dad grew up there, and my parents were involved in Charters Bay Yacht Club. So a lot of my childhood was spent in the area. My holidays, my weekends, and then my husband, my two sons, and I moved there permanently in 2011. I like to think of the communities of Te Whakaropua as being like an iwi, like a tribe, the people of Littleton Harbour. The harbour is our connection to each other. We all live here because of Te Whakaropua, and we all value this special place. Within this community of Littleton Harbour are smaller communities. I like to think of these as being similar to hapu. Each of these smaller communities has its own characteristics, just like hapu do, but we're all part of the larger community of Te Whakaropua. Collectively, we are the people of Littleton Harbour. The people of Te Whakaropua share many values which we are proud of. I think it is true to say this is a community that perseveres. We see many examples of this in our community, such as, for example, the communities of Church Bay and Governors Bay, who have made the case for their jetties to be repaired, raised the funds, and got the job done, even when it took many years to do so. We can also see this in the resilience of Te Hapu o Ngāti Whiki, who have for over 100 years asked for the small piece of Pūro Reserve back, so it can once again be managed according to the tikanga accorded to it as an urupa. Despite many setbacks, Ngāti Whiki have not given up on this happening. This community is generous. We saw this after the earthquakes, when the people of Pūro, who had rainwater tanks, helped out those of us on the water mains, which had been disrupted. We also saw this generosity from Ngāti Whiki, who opened the doors of their marae to anyone who needed sanctuary and kai. This community is welcoming. New residents to Littleton, Diamond Harbour, Church Bay, and no doubt others receive a welcome bag when they move here. When some of my ancestors arrived into Ōhaniho, Littleton in 1853 aboard the ship Minerva, one later wrote, "We saw for the first time Māoris. They brought beautiful kits of new potatoes on board to sell. It was so good." I think it shows an amazing generosity to see ship after ship arriving with people from a faraway land, and instead of reacting in fear and anger, providing them with the freshest produce they had consumed in months. This community is capable and proactive. Diamond Harbour residents built the original health centre there in 1991 in 24 hours, and recently the community fundraised for an extension and renovation of the original medical rooms. In 1901, Te Hapu o Ngāti Whiki built their marae tūpuna, which was built in a European style in line with the assimilation policies of the time. It was replaced with a traditionally inspired whare tūpuna in 2008, adorned with the carvings and weaving of its own people. We're also lucky to live here in Te Whakaropua. We have so many beaches to swim at and play on, and some of them even still meet water quality standards for swimming. We have people from all parts of the harbour who give up their time to plant and water native trees, pull out pest plants and create walking tracks for the benefit of everyone. A whole lot of people and organisations, including Ngāti Whiki, collaborated to buy a 500-hectare block of land between Te Ahu Pātaki and Mount Bradley for public use and conservation. These organisations and members of the public put their collective efforts into buying this piece of land so that future generations will benefit from it. Given all that we have and are very lucky to be able to enjoy, it seems a very small thing to me to hand back this tiny piece of land that is all that is left of a much larger piece of Māori reserve land. I don't need to go over the facts as to why the reserve and the Urupa left the ownership of mana whenua, because the council have done an amazing job of laying out all the facts and evidence for us all to see. But I will note that the Native Lands Act of 1862 was passed to establish the Native Land Court, which was intended to make it possible for collectively owned Māori land to be assigned to an individual. This led to examples such as the one which brings us here today. This is an example of a deliberate government policy to acquire Māori land for the benefit of Pākehā settlers. It is no accident that the Puro Māori Reserve ended up being owned by private non-Māori owners. The act that led to it is just one of approximately 30 legislative acts that legalised the confiscation of Māori land or made it easier for it to be taken via dubious means, or actually penalised Māori for owning Māori land. I've attached a summary of these as an appendix. I highly recommend you all read it, as it does show that despite current rhetoric, Māori have never received privileges not afforded to non-Māori, and in fact, quite the opposite. I just want to conclude by saying that given that we're a generous, caring, welcoming community, I don't fully understand why we're here today discussing whether this tiny piece of land, which is of historic and spiritual significance to Ngāti Wheki, should be handed back or not. Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheki are a key part of our community of Littleton Harbour, are descended from the founding members of our community, in fact, and the right thing and the only thing to do here is to give back the Urupa without asking for anything in return and with no strings attached. Let's put our community values into action. Ngā mihi.
Kia ora, kia ora, Sarah. Thank you. You've done so well with your timing this role. Did everything you need to say there. Fantastic. Who has a question for Sarah? I think we're good. I love the way you weaved your story through it. Thank you for sharing a bit of yourself and being brave for coming up here. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
We're going for time. 40. Okay, we're ahead of time, but we've got Gail and Lynn. If you're available, please come on up.
Sorry, we're just getting Gail's presentation.
Okay.
So we've got time up our sleeves at the moment, so that's good.
Right. Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Gail Gordon takuinga, no Rāpiki ahau. My sister Lynn, also from Rāpiki. So, we are again before you today, as the past 4 generations of our whānau have, to ask yet again that this small piece of whenua be returned to mana whenua to enable us to live our culture and carry out our role as kaitiaki on behalf of those interned in Pura. You'll see the wee dot up there. Within some of the submissions today, you will hear and read some novel interpretations of Māori land ownership concepts, an understanding of Māori land court law and process, of how whakapapa works, and of how others honour our culture, and how the implementation of laws that have taken place over the past 200 years were always legal, fair and equitable. You'll hear a number of statements taken out of context and manipulated to undermine the character of our hapu and make us appear unsuitable, not worthy or able to be trusted for caring for our dead. I cannot respond to those interpretations that come from minds of people I do not understand and that clearly do not understand who we, Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheki, are as a people. All I can do is tell you my whānau's story and hope that this time you will do the right thing. Is that the right way?
Are you using the arrows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you point, then our staff can do it. Is that?
Yeah.
No, you can't.
No.
Oh,
Not working at all.
I'll just hold the timer. Sorry about that, it was working.
we've paused the timer for you.
Oh, thank you.
It was working.
Just, we'll have 2 minutes to sort out technology. Thank you.
No. It's to do with sharing on Zoom. It's a printer, but not.
No, it's to do with the sharing on Zoom and live streaming. It mucks around with yeah.
Not enough Wi-Fi.
Yeah, so yeah.
There you go. Thank you. This picture here is a copy of a painting by R.A. Oliver. It shows Pūrā in 1849, 1 year after Chief Nuhumutu died. It shows the kite, the building is there, where his hapu lived, and the extensive amount of land farmed to provide for kai for themselves, as well as for the ability to trade. Trade of resources were the primary source of money, a new concept which had arrived in the mid-1700s with sealers, whalers, and explorers arriving more often and in bigger numbers into Whakaropo. Māori have always been commercially active, and it was clear very early on to them that money was important. The impact of the loss of land via land claims was not just losing the whenua, it was also the loss of the ability to feed our whānau, the ability to trade, and ultimately the ability to be successful in this new world. Yeah. There you go, great. Despite the history behind colonisation and the impact this had on our people, we survived and we learned to coexist with our new arrivals. We even signed a treaty based on partnership. Māori and Pākehā worked alongside each other, shared the same struggles and learned to respect each other in Whakaropo. 1901, Rāpiki opened Te Whiki Hall. It was a great occasion with many dignitaries from Christchurch and Littleton and the wider community coming together to celebrate and share in the whānangatanga and manaaki of the day. There was a sense of community and whānau connection between Rāpiki people and those early settlers, which continues to this day with their descendants. This photo. By 1930, the people of Rāpiki were working closely with the early settler whānaus of the Greenwoods and Gardeners and Rhodes, followed by the Gebbies and the Stapleton Smiths, well-known whānau names on the peninsula. This picture here shows members of the Rāpiki and Port Levy sharing gang that worked alongside those farming whānaus. It's actually taken outside the cookhouse in Pūrā, which still stands on the corner of Port Levy and Beach Roads. Second from the left in is Lynn and I's grandfather, George Couch. Beside him is Mrs. Rewai, the cook, who also happens to be his mother-in-law. Lynn and I's Toa Mary, a great-grandmother, and Lila's great-great-great-grandmother. Others in the photo come from well-known Māori whānau, such as the Rurus, the Hutanas, the Manahira, the Watson, the Tauwhare, and the Ricketts from around the peninsula. These people, Māori and Pākehā, shared a bond. Gentlemen's agreements at a time when a man's and a woman's word was his bond. But most of all, they respected each other. They grew to understand each other, and the mātauranga knowledge that was shared then has been passed down to those Pūrā descendants as well. In 1950, when the Gardeners whānau subdivided Pūrā, they recognised the existence of the Urupara and had expected it to be acknowledged in land titles. The Gardeners understood the significance of the site, and it's particularly humbling to have seen in submissions that one of their descendants who still carries that knowledge and understanding and so support for Te Hapa Ngāti Whiki and our aspirations to have this place recognised and appropriately cared for. Sadly, in this millennium, we now have a new generation of colonists arriving on our shores. who want us to forget the whenua's past, both Pākehā and Māori history, because it doesn't suit them and they want somewhere for their kids to play. This snap shows Pūrā. The black outline shows MR 876 Pūrā, the original part. The red outline shows the location of the kite. The yellow crosses show indication of where there are pits or koiwi. We're not sure which. The green areas show the reserves, and the green area on the left there with the green yellow crosses in it, that's the site of the Rākaihautū. That is what we want back. We're not looking to gain further land, develop areas, or make money. We simply expect to be able to care and protect our dead in our culturally appropriate way. This little piece is all that we want, a place to respect our dead. While we speak of Chief Nohungutu in our submissions, the mātauranga of both Māori and Pākehā owners at the time of settlement tells us that there are more koiwi in the area. The knowledge is supported by historic documents and more modern scans. This is not a historic reserve, such as Takapūniki, which marks a significant historical event in Ngāi Tahu's history.
Sorry, you've just got about just under 3 minutes.
Yeah. Today is particularly significant for my sister and I, as it is our father Doug Couch's anniversary of passing away 5 years ago today. The stark contrast between the final resting place of our father and other whānau in our irapa Rāpiki and the way that we care for it compared with the conditions that our tūpuna lay in at Pūrā is jarring and downright disgusting. This site is an irapa, the final resting place of real people who walked alongside and shared kind with my great-great-grandparents, real people who deserve to have their final resting place recognised, acknowledged and respected, just as every other irapa and cemetery in Aotearoa is. We will care for it as we care for all of our irapa and our tūpuna. And the last one is just a 1989 Goldie painting, The Arrival of Māori in New Zealand. The painting depicts colonial view and belief that Māori are capable of taking care of themselves and their own, a view that some here share today and would like you to support. However, it's as outdated and fictionally incorrect as the painting was. The time has come for this whenua to be returned to the mana whenua so that we can care for it as it should be. Reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, koutou katoa.
I just have a quick question before we finish. So I understand that Ngāti Wheki manage other urupa around Whakaraupo.
Yes.
Do you know how many and what public access there is in those situations?
There are 3. One is in a silent file. No, very few people know where that is, and I won't discuss that today. The others are at Rāpiki. You will see there's the one at the church, the whole bit above we will see all the grades going up by the beach and all the way around. That is our Urapa reserve. There are no rules around it. We all look after it because we know what to do. Today, we would normally be out beside our father and our grandparents and our aunts and uncles and talking to them and telling them about this, and they'd be saying, be here.
Thank you.
But we care for those places. There's no rules. We don't have conditions. We just look after them because we know how. And you're all welcome to go. Anybody can go through there, go through and read it. I love going through Irapa and reading the headstone, so please do.
Thank you. Ngā mihi nui for today.
Thank you again.
Okay, next we have Matua, Michelle and Michelle. Come on up and introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Kia ora. Kei te mihi au koutou, ngā mema o te Puare hapore te Pātaka Rākaihautū, kei te mihi. Kei te mihi te hapu o ngā te wheke me ngai tahu whānui, kei te mihi. Kei te mihi ngā hau e whā, tēnā koutou. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, a tēnā rā tātou katoa. Tupu ingo Donald Couch, no Rapaki, aho. I'm subject these days to something called senior moments, so I've got all these notes to read from. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I do so on behalf of my hapu and runanga te hapu o ngā te wheke. First, I'd like to thank everyone who's got us to this point today. In particular, my cousin Yvette, who can't be here, she has a whānau tangi today. And from our neighbouring marae, Kokorarata and Machu Payne, who's done a lot of research for this take. Also, many others from our hapu, the 83 people who signed the Ngāti Wheke petition, the 22 people from Pūrau, and many others, particularly our neighbours from around the harbour who have supported us with your positive submissions. Press article on Friday, city staff and you, the members of the community board, for taking this matter up again. E mihi nui Yehoma. We've been on this journey for 100 years. So time is a challenge here today, so I don't intend to go through that long, disappointing history. I've only been around for 88 of those 100 years, but my involvement with this specific solution, the proposal for transfer of the title, started 16 years ago, and I've been involved ever since. In 2009, I was in the position that Michelle now has as chair of the Runanga in Rapaki, and I suggested to the city that the title transfer seemed the most practical way to resolve this issue, which had festered for 95 years. 16 years later, we still believe this is the best way to go. Let me briefly say why. First, this is an urapa in our views. Our interest in this section 177 Pūrau is because it's an urapa. I'm going to flick the next one.
If I do that,
Yeah.
right. There.
Next one. The city responded when we asked about this to confirm whether or not there were ko iwi there, whether it was a burial site. And this was the plan that, the subsurface plan that came back and identified indications of ko iwi. And I don't think there's much question. If you look at 422, there are a cluster there, which is what you would associate with a cemetery. We've done a similar thing in Rapaki for our place, and that's the pattern that we see. We know of several tipuna buried here, including, of course, the rangatira whakaraupo in the 1830s and 1840s, Tio Minohmut. Next one, please. And of course, his memorial, his grave marker, you can see there now. And he was buried there in 1850. Must be the first person buried in Pūrau. Okay, the second point I want to make is that the option of a historic reserve is not our choice. And I want to give a couple of reasons, main reasons why. One is we frankly want to get out of the complexities and the complications, which at times seems to us like a bit of a swamp, where there's different legislation, there's different designations, different titles, different authorities. Not everybody seems to get in the act and nothing happens for 100 years. And we think there has to be a better way to get out of that. By 2019, we had spent a lot of time following the process, which was laid out at that time, to find eventually that the land title actually was not with the city. the Urupā was on Crown land, and the final decision still lay in Wellington, which was distracted at that time by a court case in the Hawke's Bay, which was only later recognized as having nothing to do with Pūtau, but it meant, well, another 6 years delay. Now, we learned to be pretty patient, but I guess eventually you say, enough. The most important fact, however, about this, I think, has to do with our cultural values, and particularly kaitiaki. Oh, sorry, before I get to that, there's been reference to takapuneke. Can I just make an observation about takapuneke? In 2019, takapuneke was established by the Minister of Conservation as a historic reserve. And I think that's appropriate. It is a historic place, not just to us, but to all of New Zealand. I mean, a lot of New Zealand's history comes out of that. What happened with the Elizabeth affair and the British government deciding to send Busby to New Zealand led eventually to Te Tiriti or Waitangi. So there's no question in my mind that it's a historic reserve. When it was set aside as a historic reserve, however, there were three parcels there. One was the takapuneke itself, the kaika, or the former kaika there, not an Urupā, incidentally, and associated with that, the Britomart, which is, not the right term to use, the mainland historical story. So it's got a combination of things there, but it's not, it serves a different function. Can we see the next one? I've seen this, but
You've got just over 3 minutes left.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make it. The indication of takapuneke as a historic reserve is that it will be made, it'll be developed for visitors. And I guess I want to make the point that I don't have a problem with that. If Onuku wants to do that and the people there want to do that, we don't think that the Urupā in Pūtau is appropriately to be developed as a historic reserve, which is what DOC does with historic reserves. Okay, back to kaitiaki. Do I have to go back? Yeah. Kaitiaki, the term you probably all been made aware of, it's a guardian, a protector, preserver, conservator. And the key thing here is that in 1994, there was a court case between Banks Peninsula District Council, a local developer, rural management, and regional council got involved with it. The upshot of it was that the court said the council cannot exercise kaitiaki, only tangata whenua. So if you look at the RMA before it gets changed again, but although I'm not sure that this section will get changed, under the definitions, kaitiaki says the exercise of guardianship by tangata whenua of an area in accordance with tikanga Māori. That's what kaitiaki is legally. So we are constrained to do that ourselves, or the people who are involved with it have to know about tikanga Māori. And as Gail mentioned previously, we're brought up on that. It's not something that you learn really at a university or by meeting with your neighbors and so on. So, kaitiaki, I suggest makes the sole responsibility for this place Ngāti Wheki. Okay, next one, adversaries. Now, I did get through, I think, all the submissions, virtually all the submissions, and certainly recognize the names there, people I've met before, and for some reason I picked up the word adversary. Maybe I've been watching too much tennis recently, but it's a bit of a contest, and we've disagreed on things. I regret that because one of the people was just sitting next to Thomas and I first met around a table like this, and we bring our different points of view, but if we have a common issue, then we talked it through. This was a water committee. Banks Peninsula Water Committee. And frankly, I think that that's a much more productive way, but that's not the way this one is structured. And so we just follow whatever the system is. I've been told not to respond to those responses. Okay, and we've got a diplomat in the house who says there are some novel interpretations of Ngāti Wheke history and da, da, da. So, okay, let me move on.
We've actually just unfortunately run out of time.
Out of time?
The time has finished.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and informing us of the information. So we need to know all of this stuff so that we can make a decision. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
It is. I'm just thinking about how long that needs to be. Well, it has to be till at least 11:30, doesn't it?
Can we ask Thomas? He's here.
Yes, yeah. Would you mind checking with Thomas to see if we can bring that forward?
The 10 minutes.
Okay.
And we'll try and bring the other ones.
Okay. We're just going to have a 10-minute break now to refresh ourselves, keep our minds sharp, and we'll be back after that period of time. So what time is it now? We'll be back at 11, just after 11. Right, welcome back, everybody. We have here up in the hot seat is Thomas Kupe. Welcome.
Thank you. Marina, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission. My name is Thomas Kulpen. I live in Pura since 1998, so 26 years, and I have been a resident of Diamond Harbour in Rākaihautū for 40 years. Just see if that works. Yes. I'll start with something quite funny. You see the garden there. Here, I find the issue is complex and ethically not so black and white as it has been made out to be. Here, a Sufi story. Judge Nasruddin heard a case. After listening to the plaintiff, who presents his arguments, Judge Nasruddin remarked, "Yes, I understand that you're right." Then after listening to the defendant, Nasruddin again remarked, "That all makes sense, you're right." Nasruddin's wife has been listening to the case and stood up. "That doesn't make sense. How both the defendant and the plaintiff be right?" "You know what?" Nasruddin says, "You're right too." I really want to appreciate Ngāti. I admire and respect Ngāti's aspiration to establish an urupa on the reserve. I support the suggestion to return the reserve to Ngāti 100%, no buts or ifs. Council has known for this issue about 20 years when the amalgamation happened, and has done nothing practically to elevate the hurt, disrespect, and ignominy shown by often unsuspecting users of the reserve. So I'm heartened by the many positive submissions, and I hope the Council will now remedy a long festering issue. You stopped. I think Council staff had made a great effort to document the history of the reserve and how the alienation of the Maori land happened in Pura. And I fully support the notion that the current situation is untenable, having both a public reserve and a recreation reserve and the urupa on the same land. However, I do not agree of Council staff's assessment that no replacement of the reserve space needs to be provided. Yes, Council is indebted towards Ngāti, but privatization of the reserve and not providing an adequate replacement is, in my view, a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Public space is part of the commons, and it's in New Zealand disappearing very fast. So there was a report by the Parliamentary Commissioner of the Environment in 2023 documenting the rate of decline. Over the last 30 years, New Zealand population has increased by 43%. And so green space should have grown by the same amount, but it has, in the same space of time, decreased significantly. Remember the amalgamation of Banks Peninsula District Council and Christchurch Council. One of the justifications was that Banks Peninsula would be the playing field, the very accessible recreation area for CCC residents. When you see people having a picnic on the foreshore in Pura, these are not locals. Pura attracts many visitors, and so open space in Pura is important not only for residents, but for all who seek recreation here. Council staff think that establishing an urupa at the site will allow Ngāti to be kaitiaki of the site for generations to come. But what about climate change? I think we are out of sync here completely.
Where do you need to go up to?
Yeah.
What page do you want to be on?
This should be seen this year. Funny enough, on the same web page that linked to the Let's Talk for Pura, there was also a link to the coastal hazard situation in Pura. And what council says where the excessive or the lot of green space is the foreshore and the reserves, and of course the Esplanade Strip. And they're all in the future will be underwater. So we know that sea level rise will affect the area in the next 25 years, and severe weather events like in Taraviti can completely alter the shoreline and affect the reserve. Sea level rise is often seen as a slow encroachment, but a single violent and unprecedented event like 400 millimeter rainfall in 24 hours can now change the landscape in a day. So if you look back 100 years to understand what has happened, let's also take the same amount forward and look at 100 years from now and see what will this look like. And isn't it appropriate to look equally into the future? So if you look back, we're looking at meaning and justification. And if you look forward, we're looking at purpose. What will the world look like, and how do we act in it? It says in its report 419, section 419, that it maintains a large area of land in Pura as open space. And in this includes the foreshore, legal road, and vacation. And I stress the point, maintain. On this picture, you see a park bench, which has been eroded. And then council has removed it completely. This was in 2021 and has not provided replacement. I'm not saying it should have. I'm just saying it's not maintaining this. It is going to disappear. With sea level rise, the boundary of what we normally refer as Queen's Chain will wander inland, and a lot of what we are currently seeing as this is enough green space, open space for you will completely be ocean.
Excuse me, Thomas, you've got under 3 minutes left.
The Monalua Avenue subdivision was established in the 50s. In 70 years, it was very successful in that sense that we have now 30 dwellings here roundabout, and 100 people and more have made a living, make their home there. And the staff doesn't report or describe, make an attempt to quantify the social contribution that Reserve 46622 did make to the success of the settlement. And it sort of denigrates the Land Subdivision and Counties Act and says it was a blunt tool and so on. That is true for almost all acts of the 1950s. Just think about, traffic rules of the 1950s or the Building Act or whatever. Why doesn't staff appreciate that this act, for instance, stipulated the creation of common land? And the only, or one of the reasons for justification not to have a replacement is on the council website is that it will save cost, maintenance cost. Well, that is true, and I want, of course, council to save money, but there is a lopsided way of showing common land has, of course, a lot of advantages far beyond just things to be mown. So there are, what's missing from council, a report is also a way to mitigate the risk, which was referred to earlier, that not everything is under council control when it comes to establishing the Urupa. And there's a section in the report 6.4, the council hints to that, but I think the options for risk mitigations should be made publicly available as part of the submission process. They are important. So, conclusion. I would like to see staff develop options that allows for replacement of the open space, and staff to develop risk mitigation options so that the anticipated outcomes are actually referred to as being safe and deliverable.
Great.
So,
Perfect on the timing there. Thank you very much. Covered everything. It's not working. Not working.
not very well.
Okay. Well, thank you for making the best of it and representing your thoughts here. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you.
Jackie is here. So the next one.
Oh, right. That's good. I thought it was, oh, Jackie, you said Kathy. Sorry. Okay. Jackie, come on up and introduce yourself. Be aware that if you have a presentation, our pointer doesn't work, but if you point anyway, our staff will know.
I don't.
You don't? That saves you having to worry about it then, doesn't it?
Ata Maria koutou, tēnei te mihi aroha kia koutou katoa ki te mana whenua o tēnei rohe, tēnā koutou. Ko kaitahu o kuiwi, kaitahu ka te mama me o waitahu o kuiwi, ko Jackie Kane tōku ingoa, kia ora.
So we're just getting a message to speak up a little because it's a very big hall. So if you could say what you're saying and say it a little bolder, thank you. I appreciate the effort.
First, may I take the opportunity to thank you for allowing me to present today on this really important kaupapa. By way of introduction, I am here representing Te Runanga o Ngaitahu, the representative tribal body of Ngaitahu Whānui. Collectively, Te Runanga represents over 88,000 registered tribal members. Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheke is one of our 18 Ngaitahu Papatapu Runaka. They uphold the mana of their people over the land, sea and natural resources within their takiwā. Their takiwā, or geographical area of responsibility, centres on the Rapaki and includes the catchments of Whakaraupo or Littleton Harbour and Te Kaituna. For over 100 years, Ngāti Wheke has unsuccessfully sought protection for the core iwi or human remains buried in Reserve 4622 at Pūrau Bay. The reserve is an urupā or a Ngaitahu burial ground and wāhi tapu. The rangatira Tiemi Nohumutu, a Ngaitahu leader in Whakaraupo during the 1930s and 1940s, and one of the 4 high chiefs named in the Port Cooper Deed of Settlement of 1849, is buried within the reserve and a headstone marks his burial site. Oral history, historical land documents, and geotechnical reports evidence other burial sites within the reserve. As mana whenua, Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheke has an obligation to ensure the urupā and all within it are properly cared for. The current public reserve status of this land does not appropriately recognise or protect the urupā or its cultural significance. Te Runanga o Ngaitahu does not support the reclassification of the site as a historic reserve. While arguably more appropriate than the current public reserve status, a historic reserve classification does not provide the level of protection for the urupā that is considered necessary to protect its cultural and spiritual value. The revocation of the reserve status of this whenua would enable the urupā to be placed in the care and protection of Ngāti Wheke. Te Runanga is also supportive of the intention of Ngāti Wheke to apply to have the land set aside as Māori reservation, which would be enabled through the revocation and return proposal. It is pleasing to see the overwhelming community support for this proposal and recognition of the significance of securing the return of the urupā to Aorunanga, Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheke. This site should never have been given the status of public reserve. And we urge the Council to do the right thing and return this wāhi tapu to the care and protection of mana whenua. I understand that the Council has received a submission which states that the Council does not have an obligation to give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, citing Norman and Tupuna Maunga o Tamaki Authority as authority for this position. The Court of Appeal's observations in that case regarding this issue were in obiter, meaning the comments made in passing or are an incidental statement, with the court expressly leaving the point open. The issue was not argued in full in that case, as it was not necessary to resolve it. Accordingly, it is misleading to cite this case as a binding precedent. Te Rūnanga is firmly of the view that the obligations under Section 4 of the Conservation Act 1987 to interpret and administer the Reserves Act 1977 so as to give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi apply to the Council. Te Rūnanga is confident that a court would agree should this issue ever be argued fully. The Court of Appeal in Ngāi Tahu Māori Trust Board and the Director General of Conservation in 1995 held that the obligation in Section 4 of the Conservation Act required each of the acts in the first schedule of the Conservation Act to be interpreted and administered so as to give effect to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. The Reserves Act is listed in that schedule. The Council, as the administering body of the reserve, derives its authority from the Reserves Act. Accordingly, in performing its functions and duties under the Reserves Act, the Council has a duty to interpret and administer the Act to give effect to the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. A principle of particular relevance to this kaupapa is that principle of active protection, which requires the active protection of Māori rights and interests. The duty of active protection requires that especially rigorous action be taken where interests are vulnerable and threatened. The continued classification and use of the site for public reserve purposes does not give effect to the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and the Council must take immediate action to secure the appropriate protection and management of the urupa. The return of Reserve 4622 to Ngāti Wheke would recognise and respect the mana and rangatiratanga of Ngāi Tahu and give effect to Section 4. Finally, I'd like to mihi to the Council and its staff for having the courage and conviction to seek a resolution of this long-standing grievance. The urupa should never have been given the status of public reserve, and Te Rūnanga urged the Council to do the right thing and return this wahi tapu to the care and protection of mana whenua for future generations. Mō tātou a mō kauri a muri ake nei. Kia ora.
Yeah. We've got 4 minutes left for questions from elected members. While everybody's thinking, we understand that Ngāti Wheke manages a lot of urupa already in whakaraupo, and therefore also Ngāi Tahu in conjunction with that. What does public access mean generally in those cases?
My understanding is that the public access would be akin to public access provided to other cemeteries or urupa within the takiwā, and that people are able to access those spaces and would do so in a respectful manner, understanding the nature of the place that they're in.
Okay, great, thank you. Yes, I see.
No, thank you.
Looks like you've covered all the bases.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you coming in today. Fantastic.
We have Christine.
Instead of Mitzi.
With Mitzi.
Oh, with Mitzi. Okay. Okay, next up we have Christine with Mitzi. Come on up from Heritage New Zealand. Did you get the message that at 3 minutes I'll let you know, and then you know that you've got 3 minutes either to finish up or we can ask questions? We did. Okay.
Tēnā koutou katoa ngā mihi ki koutou, ngā mihi ki te hapu o te Ngāti Wheke, ngā mihi ki thanks Peninsula Community Board. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking to you today. Ko Christine Waibury tōku ingoa, he kai whakahaere mātua ki Pauheri Taonga, tōku tunga mahi, My name is Christine Wyber. I'm Director, Southern Region for Heritage New Zealand Pōheri Taonga. I'm joined here today by my colleague, Huia Pacey, our Pārahi Mātua for Southern Region, and also my colleague, Mitzi Bisnar, our planner for Canterbury West Coast. I'll give you a brief summary of our submission, and then Huia and I are available to answer any questions that may arise. Heritage New Zealand Pōheri Taonga is an autonomous Crown entity with statutory responsibility under the Heritage New Zealand Pōheri Taonga Act 2014 for the identification, protection and conservation of New Zealand's historical and cultural heritage. HNZPT is supportive of the proposal to revoke the reserve status of Reserve 4622, the Pūro Urupā, and return the land to Te Hapu or Ngāti Whiki. We acknowledge that the land at Pūro Bay contains significant historic and cultural values. These values are well described in the supporting documentation, so I won't repeat that here. The site is not entered on the New Zealand Heritage List Rārangi Kōrero as a wāhi tapu or a wāhi tapu area. However, taking into account the information provided through the notification process, there are values that Pōheri Taonga would recognise as meeting the criteria for listing as a wāhi tapu. The site is deeply associated with ancestral presence and has been occupied since the earliest occupation of Te Pātaka or Rākaihautū, Banks Peninsula. Given the early presence of human activity, Pūro also has archaeological sites as defined in the Heritage New Zealand Pōheri Taonga Act. Onto our assessment of this proposal. In 2018, Ngāti Whiki requested that my colleagues at Heritage New Zealand Pōheri Taonga peer review 2 geophysical survey reports for Reserve 4622, the Pūro Urupā. The peer review was completed in 2019 by our then senior archaeologist, Frank van der Heyden, and was provided to Ngāti Whiki and the council. We finalised this review on the 26th of July 2014, and those 2 reports which were peer reviewed are the Beta and Shaw reports provided in the notification documents, as is the statement of our peer review. The Beta and Shaw reports identified a number of individual anomalies within Reserve 4622. After peer reviewing both reports, the conclusion of our senior archaeologist is that the anomalies found at the reserve indicate probable and likely burial pits. In relation to the proposed options for future ownership of the Urupā, Heritage New Zealand Pōheri Taonga's preference is option 1, to revoke the reserve status and return by way of transfer the property to Ngāti Whiki. We appreciate that as part of the proposal process, 3 other options were considered for the future of the land, including its reclassification as a historic reserve with the land remaining in council ownership, reclassification and management by a co-governance group, and retaining the existing status and ownership. Heritage New Zealand Pōheri Taonga considers the proposal to return the land to Te Hapu Ngāti Whiki provides a positive direction towards the protection and conservation of this culturally significant land. Its return to Ngāti Whiki will enable the wāhi tapu to be appropriately recognised and will allow Ngāti Whiki to exercise culturally sensitive management practices to ensure that it is properly cared for future generations. We do not consider the revocation of the reserve status and return of the land to iwi will adversely affect or place the heritage values of the land at risk. If anything, it will enhance the Māori heritage values intrinsic to this place. Pōheri Taonga is also supportive of the intention of Ngāti Whiki to apply to have the land set aside as Māori reservation, which would be enabled through the revocation and return proposal. Kia ora. We now have quite a lot of time for questions.
Question time. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that all together so we can hear that today. Yes. Heritage New Zealand questions.
Yeah.
Yes, Tara, yeah.
Thanks, Christine. That's very comprehensive. Just a general question. Do you have any comments on the appropriateness or otherwise of a co-governance model for the site and how that would relate to the work that Heritage New Zealand do, or how they see the site?
We follow bicultural kaupapa in all the work we do, and we would generally be supportive of a co-governance model. In this instance, as an urupa, the tikanga of Ngāti Whiki would always prevail. So I believe, and our organisation would believe, that vesting the land and their ownership would be the most appropriate model for them to exercise kaitiakitanga. Do you have further on that, Huia?
I don't consider Kohere Taonga co-governance of an urupa and historic urupa such as this would do very much excepting provide perhaps advice and labour on the technical aspects or the practical aspects. The tikanga would always be maintained by and applied by Ngāti Whiki. So we would essentially be the junior partner in it, which would kind of defeat the purpose, given Ngāti Whiki is a very capable hapu who has very, very strong support from Te Runa, o Ngai Tahu, and the neighbouring hapu. So in all honesty, and I probably would get in trouble, but it wouldn't do anything for us to be part of the co-governance model. I can't see any benefit that would apply to either us or Ngāti Whiki.
Thank you.
That's good clarification. We've got just under 2 minutes for another question. Gillian, Madam Chair.
So there has been some mention in submissions and also today by some people about different parts about dividing the piece of land somehow and recognising different aspects of it. And that came up when we were talking about public access before. Questions about was it okay for, or what public access meant? And there was mention of things like having barbecues and playing rugby. But I'm interested in your opinion. So in your opinion, based on, because we have access to all that information and have probably looked at it a lot more than a lot of the rest of us, but is there any justification for thinking of the site and different parts of the site in different ways or not?
That's not something that we've explored deeply, except to say that the extent of the urupa doesn't necessarily recognise, the land parcel boundaries that are imposed upon it. So there remains some ambiguity as to where the presence of burials actually are. The only way the ground penetrating radar surveys could be verified is through ground truthing, which Ngāti Whiki I believe, would not consider appropriate. So I think unless Huia has something further, we haven't delved deeper into that one.
In terms of dividing off portions of the current reserve space, through the GPR, you could see where the cluster of anomalies were. So there's anticipation that those anomalies signalled where there could be burials, there could be koiwi. The notion of having a barbecue on top of a burial plot is not something that we would support. The notion of using what seems to be grassland, partly, openness as a place to park your car, to play rugby, to do all sorts of, put your boat there or, have a game as kids, isn't something that we tend to support in cemeteries. So there definitely would be very little support for it occurring on an urupa. As Christine mentioned, there is no ability to understand exactly where the burial plots are without ground truthing. We're not going in to dig up bodies or koiwi in a space when it is fairly well accepted that there are burials outside of the small little fenced off area that's there.
Great. Okay. Thank you for answering those questions and being here to inform us of what you know and how you know it. Thank you very much for your time. Kia ora. We're just figuring out what the next block of time is going to look like. So just give us one moment while we figure that out. Figure out really. Thank you for your patience. Won't be long.
Virginia can't attend. She's got a one sentence statement. So I'm going to get Ross.
Okay.
Separate statement.
All right. So we're going to have a statement read out on behalf of somebody. It won't take long. First, can you introduce yourself as well, Ross, when you come up?
Tēnā tātou e te whare, tēnā tātou kua whakarewi ka mai ki te wānanga I te katata ki ui a tātou. Nei anō te mihi kia koutou, te mana whenua Ngāti Wheke, o tira kia tātou kua huhi mai nei ki te wānanga ki te whakarite I tēnei o ngā āhuatanga I ahu mai au I te tairāwhiti ko Ngāti Prau, tiwi ki taho tō mātou pāpā, ko ngaitahu ki o tākou, tiwi o tō mātou māma, no reira. Nei a hau, ko Ross Pāniora, pai arahi ki te taho o te hononga, rā ki te kaunihira o tautahi. Kia ora everybody, greetings to everybody who has arrived to participate in today's hearing. I was asked to introduce myself. Our forebearers made me into this sort of person you see before you, Ngāti Prau, Ngaitahu, and Scottish and Portuguese heritage, and when I win the lotto, I'm going there to find out. Ross Pāniora, I'm the senior advisor for Te Hononga at the City Council. Kia ora. Nei te kōrero, so this is...
Just going to read out a statement for Virginia, who's given it to us.
Okay, so Virginia Bowden, who couldn't be here today, has given us a statement that Ross is now reading to us.
Thank you. As tangata tiriti, we have an amazing opportunity to put right the wrongs that have happened to Ngaitahu. I fully support handing back the urupa and believe it is an honour to do so. Ngā mihi, Virginia Bowden.
Okay. Thank you. You represented well. Thank you. And I think that looks like it'll be our lunch break, and we're finishing up a little bit early, but that's okay. And then we'll be back at 12:40. Is that correct?
We'll go to
12:40. Okay.
And you say that we're going to jiggle around some times.
Okay, we're going to jiggle around some times too, so we may come up and talk to you if you are due to speak about what that looks like. Thanks.
So we've tried to get ready to go. Your rice is waiting on someone.
Oh, okay.
Right, see you again then.
Sorry.
No. I would have done the same.
Okay. Here it is.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Just chill. We're a friendly bunch, but don't hesitate to ask any questions. And our time limit is quite important to be fair for everybody. I'll let you know when you've got 3 minutes left. I'll just politely remind you that you've got 3 minutes left. And then at the 10-minute mark, wrap up. We'll let you know about that as well. I think that's everything, unless there's any questions. I'll let you know when we go live. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah. Okay. Right. So it looks like we're at that time of day. Thank you very much for coming back after lunch. We have Belinda. Come on up to the front, Belinda. Thank you. Come in, yes, please. Come and introduce yourself and who you're here for.
Hello, I like Stan. I don't know.
Good. Yeah, no, whatever you feel comfortable.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm Belinda Mears, and I'm here to speak in favour of the Council's preferred option to return the Pūrao Reserve to Ngāti Wheke. I've got a personal interest in this matter as a direct descendant of the gardeners who owned and farmed Pūrao Station for many decades. My great-great-grandparents were Henry, H.D. and Mary Ann Gardner, who bought the station from the Rhodes in 1874. My great-grandfather was Linton Gardner. My grandfather, his son Eric Gardner, and my mother Lynette was Eric's daughter. On his retirement, H.D. Gardner divided the station into 3 farms, and the block that went to Linton was known as Fern Glen. So landowning privilege and stability have flowed through different branches of the Gardner family in large part thanks to H.D.'s Pūrao venture. My grandfather Eric bought land in Huranui, part of which is still owned and farmed by my brother, and that's where I grew up. I'm still very attached to it. When I was growing up, Pūrao was often mentioned as a Gardner family gathering place. It was a special place of origin, as it was also of our colonial settler roots, to which the family was deeply attached and still is. Unfortunately, I never got to visit Pūrao as a child, but the Pūrao story became part of my cultural identity and pride as a daughter of the land and descendant of early Canterbury pioneers, which is actually replicated on my father's side as well. It is only the past recent times since moving to Ototahi that I've personally connected to Pūrao and learned a much more troubling history of it in terms of the massive impact Pākehā frontier settlement has had on tangata whenua and the natural environment. So I've become involved with the Hidden Valley Conservation Trust, and I help out at their working bees, and yeah, love to go there, love to go exploring and seeing the old sites where the original Greenwood farm used to be and their buildings. It is so exciting and moving for me to be involved with restoring part of the former Gardner land, the protected Indigenous vegetation, and also to be cared for as a site of historic and cultural significance. It was trust members who alerted me to the Council's proposal for Pūrao Reserve 4622, and I had submitted in favour of Council's option number 1. Reading up on the background information provided, I was surprised to learn that the family of Harold and Christine Gardner, Harold being one of H.D.'s sons, actually held ownership of the reserve for several decades up until it was subdivided.
Considering the long, complex and frustrating history of Ngāti Wheki's quest to have the reserve and ancestral urupa returned to them, I have no hesitation in recommending this option, that is option 1. It is clearly a site of utmost cultural and spiritual importance to them and represents a last tiny remnant of the whenua they once occupied and were sustained by. It is encouraging that over 96% of submissions on this matter support option 1. And I have looked through the submissions in support of other options. I respect the submitters' reasons and concerns. However, a co-governance arrangement would likely be problematic, in my view. It appears from the history of the reserve that the succession and multiplicity of agencies involved has contributed to a big muddle over its management and uncertain future. The transfer of ownership to Ngāti Wheke is, in my view, appropriate and long overdue as an action of cultural and historic redress and a clearer way forward. Ngāti Wheke should be supported to look after the reserve as rightful kaitiaki according to their needs and values, which I doubt will be incompatible with what the wider community values. It's been an honour to address the panel today, both as a resident of Ototahi and as a Gardner descendant with a great love for Pūrao. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 4 minutes left for questions. I would like to ask you, if that's okay, a little bit of information about the Hidden Valley Conservation Trust and and what it is doing, what its objectives are.
I will defer to these are 2 members of the trust. So.
Okay, I've just been told actually that there might be some more fitting questions for the particular tasks at hand.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Cool, thank you, Belinda. I appreciate you coming here, and as a descendant of the whānau that farmed the area. I think probably the thing that kind of strikes me, and I'm just interested in your comment on this, is do you think what's your view on like some of the constraints or the impediments that sort of prevented your forebears from for want of a better word, resolving the issue 100 years ago or however long ago? Is there, without trying to put that delicately, do you understand what I'm saying?
Probably, I don't really know because I can't really speak for other gardeners. It's just me personally in my own journey. But it was just, I think, a pretty typical example of colonial settler views of what to do with the land, how to acquire the land and entitlement. And I know that, I do refer to this. This is the history of Pūrao that Elizabeth Ogilvie wrote in 1970. As she saw it, and she the historian alongside her husband Gordon Ogilvie, who wrote a lot about the Banks Peninsula and Fort Hills history, and she definitely addressed what this book talks about, how the Maori settlements there were there from really early times of Maori habitation of that area in Banks Peninsula, and then how how the earlier the first white settlers there, the Greenwoods, were at loggerheads with the local mana whenua around paying, they really wanted just to squat the land and not pay any kind of lease or rental. And then there were these sort of patchy agreements. And then I think the part of the village there, the Kāinga, the population really fell. It's just that then it was sort of, I guess they were kind of just integrating away as people who were there to call upon to work on the land. The gardeners, then came the roads after the Greenwoods, then the gardeners, and the gardeners, it was quite an established station then, but, they participated also in clearing more bush as they planted cocksfoot. That was a commercial grain seed for, again, spreading pastoral around New Zealand and exporting. So I guess they were used as, they were acknowledged. I think there was concern about urupa going right through till the basically 50s. But and one of the gardeners, this Harold, was on the Mount Herbert, whatever it was called, County Council. And quite obviously had a lot of influence in Pua. So yeah, it's sort of like all tied up in just the general history of white colonialism and its its continuity.
No, I appreciate that. It was a very candid response to a tricky question, I guess. So thank you.
Well, we all have to come to terms with it somehow, don't we? In whatever way. Yeah.
Thank you very much for answering questions here today. With 34 seconds left, has everybody got a burning question you have? No? I would love to learn more about Hidden Valley Conservation Trust at another time.
Oh, no, brilliant. What a wonderful thing.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it. On my piece of paper, we should have Craig Pauling or the Canterbury Regional Council. Come on up. Welcome, team. Good to see you. We're good to go whenever you're ready.
Tēnā koutou e rau rakatina mā. Ko tai mai nei ki tēnei kaupapa whakahiria mō tātou. I nā hoa, aku whanaunga, ai o te raki whakaputa, o te whiki, nei te mihi kia koutou. E hoa mā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ka tū au nai nei ki te tautoko kōrero, i tēnei kaupapa, i whakahukia te whenua ki pūrau ki te mana whenua anō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ko wai au, ko Craig Pauling taku ingoa, ko kaitau ka te māmoi Waitaha au, ko te kaunihera o te kaunihera tau ki Waitaha, tēnā koutou. I'm just going to quickly let my colleagues introduce themselves and we'll get into it. Kia ora.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Vicky Southworth toku ingoa, he ka kaunihera ahau, he ka kaunihera tai o ki Waitaha. So I'm a councillor for Environment Canterbury with Chair Pauling. I'm one of the constituency councillors alongside Councillor Portice for South Christchurch Orwhanga constituency, and I'm here to speak to our submission that we've made on this particular issue.
Kia ora koutou, no te whenua moimoia au, e noho ana au ki o tūtahi, ko Thomas Scott tuku. I'm a Principal Strategy Advisor at Environment Canterbury, and here in support of the councillors today.
Kia ora anō koutou. It's great to be here on this important issue to support the work that's been done by both Ngāti Whiki and the Christchurch City Council. So just a bit of context about Environment Canterbury while we're here. We're committed to our collaborative relationship and partnership with Papatapu Rūnanga, including Ngāti Whiki. We recognise the link between Ngāi Tahu's ancestral lands and waters and the work that we do at Environment Canterbury to ensure that's thriving for this generation and generations to come. The partnership that we have with Papatapu Rūnanga and Ngāi Tahu is central to the work we do. And over the next 10 years, we're working together towards achieving a treaty partnership of excellence. That recognises that our Papatapu Rūnanga hold mana whenua, they maintain rangatiratanga, and they have intergenerational kaitiakitanga responsibilities within their takiwa. And our tuia relationship agreement that we have represents a strong evolving partnership between Environment Canterbury and the Ngāi Tahu Papatapu Rūnanga. So yeah, we understand that the reserve is a very important and special place for Ngāti Whiki, and that includes the burial place of the Rakatera Timi Nohumutu. So can understand the reasons why the whānau want to see that returned. We believe revoking the reserve status recognises the importance of protecting the historical, spiritual and cultural values of the site, and the return of this site to Ngāti Wheki would enable the Rūnanga to fulfil their kaitiakitanga responsibilities and to care for the site both now and into the future. We understand that for over 100 years, the whānau have been seeking the return of the site. And while Environment Canterbury doesn't have any formal obligations or jurisdiction in regards to the site, we support the aspiration that the Rūnanga hold and that the City Council is supporting, and we think that it's appropriate to do that in relationship to your partnership with Ngāti Wheki. So we support the proposal and support the alignment to CCC's responsibility to give effect to the tiriti or waitangi. And we see, like as I said, the revoking of the reserve status as an opportunity to give effect to that partnership. So I haven't really got any more to say, but happy if Vicky would like to say some words, or Tom would like to add to that.
Really just to add that I looked at the report that you've had to come with your agenda, and historically the archaeology is really clear that this is a Urupa, that there are 60 additional graves that are estimated in addition to the one that's noted person. And so I just think I think one of the paragraphs says there's an incompatibility between sort of recreational reserve status and a grave site. And I think anyone who's got ancestors in graves can completely understand and relate to that. So from a really personal point of view, that just seems to me there isn't really a different decision to be made here other than to support this proposal. And I also just like to acknowledge Ngāti Wheki in terms of their significance as part of the community around Whakaropō. I'm on the Whakaropō Healthy Harbour governance group, and just the amount of time and energy and commitment to Whakaropō and its future is huge and significant. And I think to respect Ngāti Wheki's desire for this and the fact that we've had to fight for over 100 years, here we are at this table. I really hope we make decision to support this afternoon. Kia ora.
Well, that concludes our submission.
Thank you. I think we've got 6 minutes for any questions. So I do feel like you've made that very clear and obvious, but if we do have any questions regards to that.
Got it. Thank you so much for coming to see us. So I guess in noting, Chair Pauling, your comment that there's no official jurisdiction that Environment Canterbury have over the site, but noting that Environment Canterbury is a creature of statute, much like the City Council, are there any implications? So just taking the staff recommendation, I mean, if that was if that was agreed to, if that would have any implications for Environment Canterbury from a legal standpoint?
Not that I understand, Tyrone, no.
Yeah, okay, thank you. It's pretty straight, it was easy answer, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, like Vicky has said some really great words as well about, why this is important. And, there's obviously wider values across the wider site, but in terms of the reserve in particular, I think that's a pretty easy thing to get done. I know it's taken some time and there's reasons behind that, but it's good to be here today to support that and to move forward. So just wish you well in your deliberations and look forward to hearing the outcome.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate your time and being here. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
I'm moving through them at the speed of knots. Okay, we have got down here Jill Rice for 120, but obviously we're speeding through. So if Jill is here. Oh, that's right. Sorry, I didn't. I've got an arrow, but it wasn't a very good arrow to there, which is Tanya, who's joining us by Zoom. Sorry about that.
Oh, ka pai tērā, ka pai. Ka taia e kota te rongo, Iahau? Kei te pai tēnei?
Yes.
Ka pai? Ka pai, kia ora, tēnā koutou. Ko te mihi tuatahi ki a papa tuanuku, kōrua ko rangi nui, ko tahi te ao. I waenga nui i a kōrua, tēnā kōrua. O tira, me mihi ka tika ki ngā hunga I miru I te pō, I riro I te pō. I nāra anei taku mihi ki a tie mi noho mutu rātou ko era atu e oki ana I te urupā I pūrau. Ko te tapu o tawa wāhi rā me ngā tikanga e pāna ki te kaitiakitanga o tawa urupā te kaupapa o tēnei rā. Me mihi ka tika ki ngā uri o e rā rangatira, ara ki a Ngāti Wheke. He roa rawa tō koutou whawhai ki te kumano anō ka tika I te wāhi oki o koutou tipuna puipuiaki, ka nui te aroha. Ngā mihi mai oha kia koutou ngā mema o te poari mo te aheinga nei ki te tuku I oku whakaaro mo tēnei kaupapa. Ka mutu aku mihi nui hoki ki te kai whakapākeha, he mahi rangatira tēnā koutou katoa. Kei te pirangi te kai whakapākeha ki te whakapākeha ina e tonu nei I muri rānei. Haere tonu?
Translating.
Ka pai?
Oh, right. Continue. Keep going. Keep going.
Ka pai, kia ora. Ko wai ahau, I tipu ake ahau I tiamana ki te taha o te awa rain. No tiamana, no wiwi, no ingarangi o ku tipuna. E noho ana ahau I o tautahi I te maru o ngā kōhatu whakarakaraka o tamatea pōkai whenua. Nā kaitahu tōku kiri I pōwhiri mai I te waipounamu. Nā te iwi Māori whānui ahau I manaki I Aotearoa. Inara e rere ana aku mihi kia ngā I tuāhuriri. He Pākehā ahau, he tangata tiriti ahau, ko Dr. Tanya Schwein tōku ingoa. Tuatahi atu, kei te ako tonu ahau I te reo rangatira, no reira, me nā kaputa mai ngā hapa ka tukuna aku whakapāha. Ko te kaupapa o tāku tāpaitanga te whakahokinga I Pūrau Reserve e whamano ono rau rua te kaumārua I kotahi rau whitu te kauma whitu Pūrau Bay ki a Ngāti Wheke. He aha tōku hononga ki te whakakaupapa nei. Nōku te Waimarie I whakamanuhiritia ahau e Ngāti Wheke I te rāpaki o te raki whakaputa. I ētahi wikene, I ngā taukua hipa, I noho mātou ngā ākonga reo Māori o te wānanga o Aotearoa I te maru o te poho o Tamatea. Ko Wheke te whare ātāhua rau atu, ko o maru te awatapu, ko whakaraupo te moana ka rohi. I rangona te manakitanga nui a Ngāti Wheke e mātou. Ko tōku reo Māori tētahi hua o ā rātou mahi mō te hāpuri whānui. I kitea te waiwaia o te wāhi rā. E ora haere ana te whenua, te ngahere, te awa me te moana. Ki te tangata e rangirua tonu ana mō te whakakaupapa nei. E noho ki te taha o Wheke. Ka tai mai ngā manu ki te kai I te waihonga harakeke. Whakarongo ki te rōreka o ā rātou waiata. He wāhi āio, he wāhi whakapiki wairua. He hua tērā, nā tā Ngāti Wheke kaitiakitanga. I whaipainga anō ngā hōtaka I pērā I whakaora Healthy Harbour, Kaimahi for Nature, te ahu Pātiki me tangata tiaki, mo te hapuri whānui me te taiao. Ka mutu e tiakina ana e Ngāti Wheke, ngā hunga no parihaka, nāna nei I mate I tēnei takiwā, kei moke a rātou wairua, kei wareware te hituri o te motu. Ki te tangata hoki rua tonu, e peka atu ki te urupā ki te taha o te whare karakia I te rāpaki o te raki whakaputa. Whakarongo ki ngā kōrero. Ki te anō te pito mata mō Pūrau Reserve. Ka huri ahau ki tawa wāhi. Kaore tērā I te wāhi hitori noiho. He urupā tērā. Kei korā tonu ngā tipuna o Ngāti Wheke. He aha te urupā. Ahakoa he Pākehā rānei, he Māori rānei, haere ai tātou ki ngā urupā, ki te noho i te aroha o tātou tipuna, ki te tuku roimata, ki te kōrero ki a rātou, ki te rongo i tō rātou awenga, ki te mōhio hoki, ko wai tātou anō. Anei te kiko o tēnei kaupapa. Ara, ko te hononga o te tangata ki te tangata, ara ko te aroha. Me ahe a Ngāti Wheke ki te tiaki i o rātou ake tipuna, kia taka ai a rātou roimata ki tō rātou ake whenua. Kia rātou e ki ana mā te hāpuri whānui te urupa e tiaki, māku e ki, i hea taua tiakitanga i te rau tau kua hipa. Wai hoki, kaua e wareware, e noho tonu ana mātou ngā Pākehā i te manakitanga o te iwi Māori, no mātou te tino Waimarie. No reira, me whakahoki te aroha, me whakaute te manakitanga, me whakautu te manakitanga, me whakahonore te tiriti o Waitangi. Mā te aroha me te kotahitanga tātou e ōrai. E ngā mema o te poari, ko Ngāti Wheke ngā kaitiaki tika o taua wāhi. Ko rātou tonu te uri o ngā tipuna e oki ana i te urupa rā. Nō rātou, te whenua mai rā anō. Wai hoki, he nui ngā painga mo te hāpuri whānui nā ngā mahi a Ngāti Wheke. Tēnā, whakahokia te whenua kia Ngāti Wheke. Ka tiau i konei, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, thank you. We have, yes, we'll hear the translation and then we'll see how we go for questions. Ross is coming up for translations. Thank you, Tanya.
Kia ora tātou. Nei rā te mihi e hika ki a koe, nōku te whiwhi. My honour and privilege to be translating that submission in te reo Māori. Firstly, greetings to Papa Tuanuku and Ranginui and the world that exists between you. To those loved ones who are no longer with us, we extend a fond farewell. To those of particular significance to this matter, for example, Tiemi Nohomutu, and to others who rest in this urupa at Pūro, may the cultural understandings that render this area so sacred be applied in this case. To Ngāti Wheke, descendants of those chiefly people and rangatira that you have been fighting for so long to have the resting place of your loved ones protected, much love to you all. To those members of the board, thank you so much for allowing me to express my thoughts on this matter today, and a little mihi to the translator. Greetings to you all. Who am I? I was raised in Germany beside the river Rhine. I am of German, French and English ancestry. I live in Christchurch under the shelter of the Port Hills, known to Māori as ngā pōhatu whakarakaraka o tamatia pōkai whenua. It was Ngaitahu who welcomed me to Te Waipounamu and the Māori population that nurture and care for me here in Aotearoa. A special tribute to Ngai Tuahuriri for the care and hospitality that they have afforded me. I am a tangata tiriti. I am able to live here because of the conditions set out in the Treaty of Waitangi, the founding document of this country. My name is Dr. Tanya Schwam. Firstly, I am a learner of the Māori language, and should there be any inaccuracies in my use of this treasure, my sincere apologies. I am grateful for the opportunity to make a submission on the proposed return of Pūro Reserve 4622 at 177 Pūro Bay to Ngāti Wheke. What is my link to this kaupapa, you may ask? I was fortunate enough to be welcomed by the people of Ngāti Wheke I te rāpaki o te raki whakaputa. Over many weekends and years gone by, as Māori language students of Te Wānanga o Aotearoa, we slept under the shelter of Te Poho o Tamatea. Whike is a whare of great beauty. The Ōmaru contains sacred waters, and the waters of Whangaraupo, Littleton, shimmer with life and vitality. We felt the true hospitality of Ngāti Whike. My Māori language capability is a direct result of this generosity. The sheer beauty of this region is there for all to see. To a large degree, the land is thriving alongside the native bush, the creeks, the streams and rivers, and the sea. For anyone undecided on this particular matter, I strongly urge you to spend time with the whānau at Whike. The birds will soon arrive to partake of the nectar of the harakeke, flax. You will hear the full glory of the native bird song. It is a place of peace, a place of spiritual uplift. That is also a gift that Ngāti Whike's hospitality and generosity affords us. Programs such as Whanga Ora, Healthy Harbour, Jobs for Nature, programs at Te Ahu Pātiki, Mount Herbert, and Guardians of the Land seek positive outcomes for the whole community and the environment. Ngāti Whike also care and provide refuge for the people of Parihaka and Taranaki, the ancestors of whom passed away in this region, their wairua or spirit separated from their loved ones and their homeland, lest the historical significance of this event be lost. Anyone who doubts the significance of this should visit the urupā beside the church at Te Rāpaki o Te Raki Whakaputa. Listen to the kōrero and the stories and experience and understand the true potential of the Pūrau Reserve. Pūrau is not just a place of historical significance. It is an urupā. The significance, the ancestors of Ngāti Whike lie there. And urupā is a sacred place where we can sit surrounded by the love and the memory of our ancestors, shed tears for them, discuss everyday matters and goings on with them, listen to their advice and reconnect with who we are, whether Māori or Pākehā. This is the essence of this important matter, our connections with each other and our love and compassion for one another. We should allow Ngāti Whike to care for their ancestors and loved ones and to shed their tears on their own whenua. To those who say, let the wider community care for this urupā, I say, when have we ever done that effectively in the centuries past? Let us never forget we are here by the generosity and hospitality of the Māori. How lucky are we? So let's return that love. Let's repay that generosity. Let's honour the Treaty of Waitangi. It is by love, understanding and compassion that we will all be provided for. To the members of the board, Ngāti Whike are the rightful guardians of that particular place. They are the descendants of the ancestors that rest in that urupā. That land is rightfully theirs and has been over generations of time. The benefits of Ngāti Whike caring for this sacred place are many and varied, not only for themselves, but for the wider community. Return the land to Ngāti Whike. Again, much appreciation to you all for allowing me to contribute to this discussion today. Very best wishes to all in your deliberations.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe.
We have got 3 minutes for questions. Wonderful teamwork here to communicate to us. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
I do. I haven't quite properly formulated it.
We're formulating our questions, which is great. This is a good thing to do.
It's nice to reflect on it for a second.
Sure. We have time. Anybody else got any questions? Tanya? Asif?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Chanja.
Tēnā koutou.
Yeah. Coming from Germany, you have spent quite a bit of time here in Pora. Other than the historical narratives that have been told, how do you see it as, other than the personal narrations, that it should be returned to Urupa? You have spent time with the whānau there, and though you will be much close to them. And have you had a chance to meet with other people in the Pura who have different views?
Tēnā koe. Kaore anō ahau kia tūtaki i ngā i te hāpuri i pūrau me ki. Ne? I peka atu au ki pūrau i ētahi wā, i ētahi wikene. Tōku Māori, kaore ahau i paku mōhio he wāhi tapu ki reira. Ne? Kia hau nei, he painga mō te hāpuri katoa te tiakitanga a Ngāti Wheke i taua wāhi. E whakautu tērā mō tō pātai. Tēnā koe, Ross.
Do you mind coming back to the table, please? Thank you. We just have the microphones up here. Thank you.
The question was?
She has spent quite a bit of time with the family.
Yep.
And then she has heard and learned from the stories. Has she had a chance to meet with other people who express their concerns differently?
The answer was it hasn't met anybody anyone else who had concerns about the place, and the fact that it's a real sacred place to Ngāti Wheke wasn't that evident, but on visiting there, you can see what the significance is to the local people.
Great. Thank you.
Paku rereke tōku whakautu ka roha. Kaore au, kahore rawa ahau I kite he wāhi tapu tērā. I tino pauri ahau, kaore ahau, kaore I te kitea te hira o taua wāhi. Ka aroha, me whakamarama pēr I taku whakautu.
Wasn't aware that it was a sacred place at all.
Kia ora. Tēnā koe. No, kei te pai, ko tōku reo.
Didn't realise the significance of the place.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. We might have a little bit of time, Ross, if you stay put. Tyrone, have you managed to formulate, or does that cover you?
I'm going to ask it. It's going to be clumsy, but that's just how it is going to be. Kia ora, Tanya. Thank you so much. You've obviously delivered your deputation today in Te Reo, which is you certainly have a gift for languages that I don't have. So I commend you on that. But what really struck me as you're delivering that is the difficulty of putting in stark relief how difficult it has been possibly historically for Māori to be able to engage in the colonial way of doing things, and you're subverting that on its head and basically, doing something quite formal in Te Reo, which it's very, very difficult for most people to be able to understand that correctly. So to what level are you kind of aware of that in the way that you're, so I knew it would be clumsy, sorry. But how that's kind of informing your view on what's happened with Pūrau and the space and how things have evolved over the last 100 and plus years that this process has been taking place.
No, kia ora, pātai pai tērā. Wa tuatahi atu me maumahara tātou ko te reanga tuatahi o ngā Pākehā I te kōrero Māori rātou, ne? Nā te mea me kōrero Māori rātou I ngaro te reo Māori ki te Pākehā. Ngā whakakino o te tiriti o Waitangi, ne? Hoi anō, ka huri te ao, ka hoki tātou, ki ngā reo e rua, ne? Hoi anō, me ki, he hohonu ake tōku hononga ki te whenua, me tōku māramatanga o awa momo wāhi, nā tōku ara reo Māori, nā tōku ako reo Māori. Me ngā wā i noho au i te marae ki te rāpaki, te raki whakaputa. He hohonu ake tōku hononga.
Okay, so the doctor takes it as a compliment that you're suggesting that she's turned the process on its head by immersing herself in te reo Māori and te ao Māori. It's been a long journey, but that journey has basically attracted her and glued her to the whenua. And it was in her language immersion journey, staying at Ngāti Wheke, witnessing the environment in its full glory, that has really become, it was the reason why this kaupapa has become so dear to her heart.
Oh, I appreciate that answer.
Thank you.
Good on.
Thank you both of you very much for your time. Appreciate that. We need to move on now. Thank you very, very much.
Tēnā koutou.
Okay, kia ora. James Harris. James here?
No, he's not coming. Cancelled. It's Jill. Jill Rice.
Oh, I see my arrow didn't work again. We've got Jill. Thank you. Thank you, Jill.
Okay. Yep, I'm Jill Rice. You've met me before. I've been living in Korea for 25 years. My husband's family arrived here in 1851. Many of his descendants still live in the harbour today, so it's quite an attachment for our family. I actually live in one of the gardener's old homes. I'd love to talk to you at some stage about that. Right, I'm absolutely yes for Ngāti Wheke to look after the ko-iwi in Pura. I always have been. I was very shocked when I probably moved here to find, a graveyard that wasn't looked after. In my culture, it's what we do. And, when I go home, I visit my ancestors. They're with me all the time. And it's only through this process that I've actually been fortunate enough to find out more about it. And I'm really appreciative of that. But I do have a no, and that's why I said no, is probably because of the process that this has gone through. I think the timelines for including the community and the local people have been different this time. We've been sort of excluded. It has felt like that. It's felt like we've been sort of obstructed. It's all been channeled down into a fait accompli. It's felt like that. I don't think our voice has been able to be heard. This is all about asking the right question. The question you ask is the answer you're going to get. You only asked one question in this consultation, and that was to give back, return the reserve. You took out that option. You remember back in July, August, when we sat down, you were given an option for historic reserve. You were very interested in that option. I remember talking to you about it, and unfortunately Nigel isn't here and Howard, because I had a feeling that day that they were quite interested in exploring that option. You've been denied that option today because it's not been a preferred option. There are so many positives to that option. And I feel that, this process has not been fair in that respect. The public has been asked one question. I look at the submissions, I went through them all. It's just yes, yes, yes. Of course, we all want to do the right thing. We want to have the ko-iwi looked after properly, but they were not asked that question. How would you like them to be managed? Would you like to be a part of that management? And that's what disappoints me with this process, that you removed that option after you were told it was going to be included. I find that almost undemocratic. We don't know what's going to happen afterwards either. There's been very little discussion about that in this consultation. We don't know what it's going to look like. We don't have a graveyard in Urupa, in Pura that we know of. How is it going to look? How is it going to be managed? Are we going to have future burials? All of these things are lacking in that consultation as well. I was disappointed also with the results that came from our community. With very, very little people really responded out of our community. I thought there would be a much bigger response. And it's been very hard for me to actually be a so-called naysayer, to question this and be labelled all kinds of things. Somebody put something up on Facebook last night and I was slagged off. But this morning I got a lovely call from a neighbour saying, thank you for doing this and having the courage, because we didn't put a submission in because we didn't want our names to be put down. We didn't want that backlash. And I feel really bad that this process is doing that to our community. It's been very divisive. It's quite upsetting. When I approached Historic Places Trust back in 2019, November 2019, they sent me an email saying the council had never actually approached them about the option for an historic reserve. They only ever approached them about returning it to Ngāti Whake. And I noticed today we were talking about co-governance and return, but we weren't talking about that historic reserve. We're still not talking about it, what it would look like. And when we're talking about Takapuneke, it's not necessarily to compare like for like. It's about involving the community. Look what it's done. You're about to start your second stage with that whole project. It's an amazing project. You've brought the community together. You've brought iwi together, council. It's such a wonderful example of how we could do something in Pura. There's so much history there. I really think we could be doing something so much special with this piece of land. We all know that Urupa is unfortunately under the property in the road, in part in the reserve. It's a difficult subject. It's a difficult landscape. And if we're trying to box it into a reserve, it's not like that. And that's why it's not straightforward just to say it's an Urupa. It should be an historic reserve, acknowledging that part of it's an Urupa. We've got this, history for 1,000 years in Ngāti Mamo. We've got history going forward. For me, I'd like to be a part of that. I'm also slightly concerned that we keep using these words: return, giving back. Okay, the land was sold, very unfortunately, but for me, this is gifting. We are gifting. If this is what you're doing here today, you're actually gifting. And, I think that's great. If that's what we're looking at doing, it's gifting. I don't like the words we're using. Yeah, well, what else am I going to say? I'd like to work in partnership more. I think, Pura, the compensation thing, it's been brought up a couple of times. I'll be here again on Friday or in town talking about coastal hazard adaptation. You saw those maps up there earlier. Council keeps saying to us, don't worry about using that, little bit of reserve there. But hey, we're going to lose the whole foreshore. We're losing it all the time. They're saying we've got more than enough reserve, but we don't. It's going all the time. You're contradicting yourselves and saying, hey, you've got loads of space, but actually we're losing it. And we're talking about it this week as well. I think the community needs to be compensated, for having a loss of somewhere to be together. I would like you to actually, consider that and look at compensating the community or gifting the community a space to compensate for losing that, if that's the choice today. And quite serious about that, actually, because I think it's really important. Relationships is another thing I want to talk about. I think this experience has been amazing. I've loved learning more and more about where I live, and I think that's why I don't want to lose that. And I find this, by selling it and not having a partnership, we're not having that opportunity to build forward. We keep saying all these mistakes in the past and all these organizations and councils made mistakes, and it doesn't work. But actually, we don't know what it could work like. The Historic Places results, they have an amazing setup with a Maori council who work with iwi, work with public. It could be really special. It could be amazing.
Just to let you know, you've got 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, going forward, today, if our decision is to gift this land to Ngāti Whake, but I'd like them to consider a future with us as a community. I would like them to in perpetuity allow a resident to be on their committee board, whatever management system they're going to put in place. We don't know what that's going to look like yet. We haven't been told anything about that. But I would like you to make that connection with the community forever going forward. I think it's really important, long beyond when we are here. And I'd like to thank, in particular, Donald Cooch for all his time all those years ago when we sat down together. Just, you know, I learned from him. He learned from us. We went digging. We found out so much about Pura, and he learned new things from us too. And that's why I want to keep that connection. And I want to thank Yvette Cooch and Riwi Cooch. I want to thank my neighbour Lynn. It's been quite difficult doing this. And I would say to you as well, don't just rush through this today, get home for 5, you know, give this time today, give it tonight, give it tomorrow, you have time. We've waited 100 years. And please think of all the other options that, you know, that you've actually been denied that choice today. And I feel that's probably one of the saddest things about this whole process. But I'm finally glad we're going to have a solution and that the COE will be looked after finally. Okay, over and out.
Thank you.
Okay.
So that leaves us some time for questions.
Oh, yeah, questions, sorry. Yeah, go on.
I appreciate you coming here today, and I'm saddened to hear that there's been some people who have not been so happy about you speaking here today. So that's not so great. Does anybody have any questions for Jill here? I see.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, thank you, Jill. Yeah, I remember we had said about.
Just need to speak up a little bit. Sorry,
sorry. Yeah, I remember that conversation that we had. We talked about co-governance, and that is part of option 3.
But it wasn't actually put out there in consultation to the public to actually have a vote on. They just had a yes/no for giving back. They didn't have that option to vote on.
There was no option.
No, they didn't get to vote on that option.
In the submission that we have received, a few people did mention that there was an option to make a submission.
They wanted that option.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would have had different results if you'd had that option in there, I think.
So what you're saying is like people who haven't spoken openly about would have chosen that option, and they didn't want to say it. They didn't say anything because that option wasn't there, and they don't want their name to be out there.
I can't speak for the people, but I know that, you know, if you're getting vote for Putin or don't vote for Putin, you're going to give a yes/no, aren't you? Where, you know, you get that to me, the whole process was just bizarre that you weren't given a choice more than this preferred option by the council's preferred option. You know, you were told back in August that you had 2 choices, and they took that away for the consultation, and I can't understand that.
Okay.
The results are basically, you know, what you've been asked.
Thank you. Thank you very much for
Thank you.
today. Really appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Jill. Cheers. Yeah. Thank you, elected members.
So we have a break.
Yep. 20 minutes. We've got a 20-minute break now, and then we will come back.
20 minutes.
Yep. Thank you. See you back shortly. Ready to go? Let me just make sure we've got everything. Okay, yes. Can we please have Jane Robertson up to the table? Welcome up, Jane. Jane, come on up. Thanks for being here.
You're welcome. Oh, so free reign.
Yep, all your time. And I will, when you've got 3 minutes left, I'll let you know so that you can either wrap up or we can ask questions.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm going to read, and I'm fighting a migraine, so I'm just bear with me.
Okay.
Thank you to the board for the opportunity to speak on what must have been a long day for you. I intend to speak not about the reserve specifically, and I'm speaking on my own behalf, but about the circumstances of the 1840s and 50s which gave rise to the current situation in Puro. To set a context and to let you draw your own conclusions. The material for this submission is taken from my book, Living Between Land and Sea, the Bays of Whakaraupo, Lyttelton Harbour. Māori lived at Puro from the 14th to the 20th century. Necklace units, stone adzes, bone fish hooks, Māori ovens containing moa bones indicate the presence of Ngāti Mamoi Kāinga. Later, Ngāi Tahu settled on the western side of Purao between the creek and Te Waipapa Spur. The bay, as you will be well aware, has many urupa or burial sites, a legacy of its long history of occupation. Senior Whakaraupo Chief Nohemutu and his whānau were resident in Purao when Yorkshiremen James, Joseph and Edward Greenwood arrived in December 1843. The Greenwoods squatted in the bay, apparently assuming the right to land without payment. Assistant Protector of Aborigines, Edward Shortland, went to Puro at the end of January 1844 to assess the situation. He noted that the Greenwoods assumed a better right to the land than those, this is a quote, than those whose ancestors had lived there, fished there and hunted there, and had moreover long ago given names to every stream, hill and valley in the neighbourhood. In Shortland's presence, the Greenwoods agreed to an annual payment of £3 to £4 in goods if they could also occupy the next bay. However, Joseph Greenwood privately determined to pay the rental only for as long as he chose. Greenwood's stock roamed across and destroyed the Māori gardens, while the brothers helped themselves to timber and firewood from bush up the valley. The brothers employed Māori workmen to build them a cottage near the beach, but refused them compensation. In October 1846, Akaroa Police Magistrate Robinson wrote out and witnessed a Māori lease for the brothers. Robinson's successor extended the lease to include about 25,000 hectares of the hill country around Port Cooper for an annual rent of £8. This included the right to farm all of the Port Hills, the Whakaraupo catchment, and the whole of Te Ahu Pātaki divide. The Greenwoods then on-sold the lease to three Lincolnshire brothers, William, Robert and George Rhodes, for £1,710, so they made a good profit. At much the same time, the New Zealand Company was eyeing up Banks Peninsula and the adjacent plains. For the New Zealand Company to acquire the land, Māori title had to be extinguished by purchase, and Walter Mantell was given the job. Mantell presented the offer on a take it or leave it basis. If the Māori chiefs quibbled, they would have no claim on the reserves to be set aside for their use. There was no negotiation. On the 10th of August 1849, the Port Cooper deed was signed by Chief Nohemutu and 17 others. For £200, the Crown received 65,000 acres. Ngāi Tahu at Puro
received 9 acres. Even before the deed was signed, the Rhodes brothers received a grant of 450 acres in Puro, plus an entitlement to graze their stock on unoccupied lands. All the Ngāi Tahu gardens beyond the allotted area were to be abandoned after the current crops had been harvested. Ngāi Tahu not only received inadequate reserved land to support their needs, but also lost control of and access to their traditional mahinga kai. In 1857, there were 12 Ngāi Tahu residents in Puro. A survey office map of 1860 showed 5 dwellings fronting the Puro beach to the west of the Western Creek. 50 years later, only the Rapaki Kainga remained in Whakarākau. I want to add something else to this broad history. Colonist Edward Ward, European colonist, arrived in Littleton on the 16th of December 1850 aboard the Charlotte Jane. 6 days later, he wrote the following account in his journal. After service, Wordley and I went in his little boat across the harbour to Purau, a beautiful little landlocked inlet. We landed and found the beach strewn with oysters, mussels, and cockles. The oysters were sticking fast to the large stones. We gathered about a couple of dozen in 5 minutes and might easily have loaded the boat with them. We then beached the boat higher up, close by a Māori village, and walked up the hill to Mr. Rhodes' station. At the end of the day, Ward and his companion Wortley returned to the beach. They were grateful to the local Māori who had, and quote again, done us a real service, for as we had tied our boat, the tide had come in, lifted it, and thumped it up against the shore stones. They saw it bumping, unfastened it, and anchored it in the sand safely. What I see in this account from Edward Ward is evidence of the ngākitanga extended by the Māori of Puro to complete strangers, and this despite their poor treatment by the Greenwoods and the New Zealand Company. I believe Ngāti Wheki will be superb kaitiaki of their urupā in Puro. I applaud the proposed move to return Puro Reserve 4622 to Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheki. Not only will it right a very long-standing injustice, it will also enrich the Puro and Whakarākau communities.
Jane, just to let you know, you've got 2 minutes 30.
No reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, koutou.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So it's hard to judge.
That's fine.
When to let you know. Thank you. We may have questions, I'm not sure, but feel free just to be comfortable there for a few minutes. Thank you for that and informative history.
I'm sorry not to address specific issues, but wanted to talk about the
context,
broader background.
Broader context. Okay, great. Thank you. I don't see anybody shooting their hand up for that. I think we just...
Oh, I can...
Oh, yes, Terry.
I'm mindful that Jane has got a burgeoning migraine, so I'm sorry about that. Thank you for that historical context. It's very interesting. So in formulating your submission, did you give consideration to the idea of the space as being an historic reserve or having the potential to be an historic reserve? Is that something that you considered, or because the options were presented?
Yeah.
So
I haven't given any thought to the specifics of the reserve. No, I can't answer that.
Right. So it was, yeah. Okay. Cool. Good. Okay. Nathan, appreciate it.
Thank you. You are free to go and rest, and good luck with your migraine.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have Elsa Wright. Come on up. Thank you for being here.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Ka mihi atu ki te mana whenua o te rohi nei, kai tahu ko te hapu o Ngāti Wheke, ko Elsa Wright tōku ingoa, ki te taha o tōku papa, ko Ingarangi o Kutipuna, ki te taha o tōku mama no Amerika o Kutipuna. So kia ora everyone, my name is Elsa Wright. We have a lovely batch over in Diamond Harbour, who have been there for about 10 years. So I don't think I have anything profound to say, especially compared to the wahine who's just spoken. But I grew up in a very racist household, and as a Pākehā person, I had a lot of incorrect views about the Māori people and about their rights to land. And so as an adult, through studying the treaty and doing postgraduate study in the area of Te Reo Māori, and going to wānanga with some of my Māori friends, that I've learnt some more about these things. So I'm not an expert, and I read through some of the documents with people getting very grumpy with the council and arguing about all the legalities, and I can't contribute to anything like that. But my understanding with Kempstead is that land such as this should never have gone out of Māori ownership. And so I just love to support my Māori brothers and sisters to have their beautiful urapa returned to them. And then all the other stuff about the packing and the other reserves and the inundation, I just think that's a whole separate issue. If we just stick with what we've got here today, there's no indication that the public won't be able to access this land anymore. And I think they're going to do a beautiful job of maintaining it for the whole community. So that's all I have to say about it.
Right. I have a question. Yes. So what really drew you to making a submission today? You don't really know the details and...
Oh, no, not that I don't know the details, but I could see some people had engaged lawyers and they'd done their own geotechnical surveys, and they were arguing about the meaning of the artefact and whether there were and weren't one or more rangatira buried there. So, I mean, you can argue back and forth. Each person's going to come up with their own facts and evidence, so I can't compete with that. But I made the submission back the last time the council wanted to consult on this, and I said I'd love to see the land returned, and so I was really surprised that we're still in this state all these years on. So I just think from my own personal perspective that this is just something small we can do to right what I consider to be a wrong from the past. So yeah, that's all I've got. I mean, I can see some people have gone to massive lengths to prepare items, but I just think sometimes the most wealthy and the most grumpy people come and speak at these things. And so I just want to come and say that, like many people I support. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Tyrone.
Thank you, Elsa. Brevity is often the best way I note, but thank you for your pipiha. And I'm just noting, I think you suggest on your father's side, your ancestors from England,
yes,
and on
correct.
the other side from America.
Yes, correct.
And so, and then you sort of made that comment of growing up in a sort of household. So kind of, so what are some of those inherited kind of views that you kind of had to process and sort of work through?
Okay.
Sort of formulating kind of where you've landed at now.
Yeah, sure. So I grew up in Rotorua, and we would have comments about Dole Day and about who were committing the burglaries and all those sorts of things in our part of the country, and those were very racist comments. And so my stepmother, after my first mother passed away, my dad remarried someone, and she found out that she had Māori heritage. So I have younger siblings who have kaitahu as their iwi, but I myself am Pākehā. And so I think just all those ideas, it was really hard for my stepmum to kind of reconcile what was said, racist comments that were said about stereotypes and things that were perpetuated in the media at the time. And then kind of just as you meet people and hear their stories, and if you think about that, it happens to your own ancestors. There might be a lot of fallout that continues through the generations. And so that's part of what I've studied, is looking at, with Te Reo Māori and with the language revitalisation, just how some of that trauma, there is actually evidence from other Indigenous peoples as well, where trauma is actually passed down through, the DNA and things. So yeah, it's probably not surprising that Māori people are overrepresented in some of the statistics, negative statistics and things. And I think given their connection to the whenua, to the land, and yeah, how they've always lived off the land, it's not surprising, I think, that they've really struggled in some ways since then. So I just, yeah.
I appreciate you being very candid about that. Kind of the reason I asked you the question is because it resonated with my own personal development, if you like, as well. So I could hear some, my own feeling kind of in what you said. So no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Kia ora. Really appreciate your time. Cheers. Yeah, here we go. And up next we've got Graham Christie. Come on up. We'll just go to your presentation here, which I studied. We've all studied. Yep. Welcome to the table. Oh dear. Ah, lovely. Well done. The floor is yours, Graham.
Thanks very much for listening to me here. As you may or may not know, I'm a very technical, fact-based person who likes to have everything. It's the facts to me. What's important to me is you, the decision makers, know the facts, so you can make a balanced decision between all the different things. This is why I have so much information to give you that I can't give it to you in this presentation. Hopefully you've read everything.
You just need the stuff saying you might need to speak up for the microphones. That's all. Thank you. If you can.
Okay. Yeah. So in here, I didn't see anything about the community board acting as a hearing panel because I was fully expecting to be able to present more information than I can. But anyway, as Donald said, the process is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Fundamentally, there are two separate issues here. One was the original sale of the reserve, MR 876, which Ngāti Wheki wants to undo, sold by her. The second issue is the burial ground, and Ngāti Wheki should have absolute control over their Europa. That's the proper thing to do. What gets me is the misrepresentation or misleading information that's floating around that I like just to try and rectify to balance the balance of things. To make a blanket statement that the reserve is an Europa or a cemetery, as you know, is out there publicly, is outright wrong. And it actually says so in the CCC report here that a portion. So the whole reserve is not an Europa, but a portion of the reserve is an Europa. I hope I do okay in the 10 minutes. You recognise the photo, you can see in the photo up there where everything is.
Mm-hmm.
If I can point to it, I haven't got it. A little laser pointer, I can use a laser pointer. Thank you. Okay, so this area here is fenced off. This is in 1910. There's a fence along here and along here. There's a house here. There's a paddock out here. There's a pedestrian gate coming into here, a pedestrian gate coming out of here, and there's a tree marking in the middle here. This is the same area. Oh, and behind the tree, just behind the tree, you can actually see a fence off. My pointer's losing its battery. Grave Ngā Motu's grave. When you zoom in on the original photo, you can actually see what the fence post that's around here, sort of thing. So the fence line along here and along here is the same position in the 60s there. Okay, can you scroll up to the? Okay, so that there is the burial ground that is supported by documents, historic documents. There's, I'm getting off track. Okay, I'd like to get back to the report in front of you here. I'd just like to clarify, square some things away, just to make sure some things are right. It states here, this page 7, item 3, defining and attributing a specific area to the Europa is not precisely possible. With the information, with new information of this, we've got a pretty good idea of determining where the Europa is. The Ngāti Wheki should have it. This report also recognises, which is good to see, the Europa, that it is on a portion of the reserve, which means that a portion of the reserve is recognised as not an Europa. So around on page 9, material facts, the Europa on and around the property, yes. There is an Europa on the reserve and around the reserve. The exact location of the Europa, it's 4.10, page 10. The exact location of the Europa cannot be accurately identified. Well, the location can be identified. There's strong photographic evidence backed up and supported by 5 pages of official archive documents. In my thingies, it's called Exhibit B. Okay. That's out of place here. Now, the next one along is a part of those 5 pages. I'll skip that part. The Commissioner of Crown Lands asked, this is 4.13, asked the County Clerk to indicate the position of the Europa. Can you go back to the Europa, please? Yeah, if you just stay on that for a while. And so we draw a thing here. Then in 4.10.10, it says the following plans are marked and overlaid by a surveyor to scale with the current boundaries. This is a little bit mischievous for misleading the non-technical. The reason is because the pencil square done by the county clerk was only indicating what was requested of him, not a technical scale. You can go over to page 11 and you think. He was indicating where the native cemetery was in the 1910 photo, and that it should be registered as a cemetery. To try and take a 3/8, when you deal with the original documents, it's only small. That little square is only small. It's 3/8 of an inch. Drawn with the accuracy of a town clerk and blow it up 770%, and then located on a satellite registered GIS map is a bit misleading.
Just to let you know, Graham, you've got 3 minutes left.
Okay. I've got to finish. When I get to 30 seconds, call out.
Okay.
Okay. If you had drawn it 1/8 of an inch to the left on page 11, it would have been fine. The other one is on, say, page 12. At the top, it says where the surveyor considered the approximate location of the Europa. Well, if you actually read the top right-hand corner of it, it actually states, there's a little star and asterisk, which is right beside where the line is. It says no one knows what the burial ground limit is. No, can you please go back to, just leave it on that photo, please. That first one. Yes, thank you. The next one I want to come up is the one of the water. In fact, if you can find the one of the water, was it C or D? C. Yes, please. Okay, so no one knows what the burial ground limit is. So when you flick over the page and you have a look and it's showing the whole thing and you're stating that it's all burial ground limit, no one knew then what the burial ground limit is. 60 or more burials in the original burial ground, yes. Married chief there. Oh, that's interesting. That it was part of a chain of letters, which is what the farmer was trying to chop off the portion of, in the chain of letters starting on the 9th of March, was chopping off the burial ground, the urupa, from the reserve and giving it back. So the farmer back then wanted to give it back to the Maoris, and he was looking at chopping it through and giving it back to them. This thing here, okay, so the report covers, I can go into all the details of the report and bits and pieces, but the report covers the reserve. It also went out onto the foreshore and over onto the other side here. It stated these burials, from a technical point of view, there's issues. Mainly, it's the ocean. So, and the other thing to look at, and when you consider all your things, is please can you go through all those things that I sent through to you, and have a look at the 2024 BADA report and compare it to the 2009 BADA report.
You have 30 seconds left.
Thank you. This page I have in my head. Okay, so the recommendation to DOC should not include removing the reserve status from land that is not an urupa. The report states that the urupa is only on a portion. A historic reserve is a start of a relationship. It's not an end. Ngāti Wheke should end up with the urupa, owning the urupa. But the start of it is the historic reserve. I have so much more stuff here to share with you.
and I can understand you've done a huge amount of research, and we have it here. We've read through it.
Yes,
you've done very well to present in the 10 minutes that you had.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening.
Okay, cheers. Appreciate your time. All right. We have a break now for 10 minutes. 20. Just double checking that, whether it's 10 or 20. Make it 10.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. 10-minute break. See you shortly. Good job. Right, welcome to the table. Kindly introduce yourselves to us.
Okay, thank you. Look, I'd like to thank the board for all their hard work they're putting into this and for everybody that's become engaged in the process. I'm Angus Smith. I'm the property consultancy manager at the council. I'll do a bit of an introduction of the report, but first I'll let my colleagues who are going to support and help with information and advice introduce themselves.
Yeah, I'm Will Weinveld from the Legal Services Unit at the council.
Tēnā koutou katoa, he kaimahi o kia nihira taia ki o Tautahi, he kai tohu tau aho ke te tima whakapā ke te hapore, ko Claire Fletcher aho. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Claire Fletcher. I am the engagement advisor on this project from the engagement team at Christchurch City Council.
Okay, the purpose of this presentation is to summarise the report and focus on the key facts and decision regarding 177 Pūrere Ave. I want to highlight this is a culturally significant decision with implications for Mana Whenua and the wider community. This is an unresolved conversation that dates back over 100 years, and although challenging, it is important for both the opponents and proponents that we've heard from today that a decision is made today and clarity created. In making that decision, you need to consider and ensure it reflects a commitment to cultural sensitivity and equity, provides a clear path forward for protecting the site as an urapa, balances community desires with historical justice, and provides for a stable and certain future with appropriate and good management of the property. So there's a lot of history and an interesting story to this property. However, of relevance today is that 177 Pūrere Ave is known as an urapa or burial site with historical, cultural importance to Te Hapu o Ngāti Whiki. The site's current reserve classification under the Reserves Act does not adequately recognise or protect its cultural values, nor is the site being appropriately managed and maintained. This report makes a recommendation to revoke the reserve status and transfer the property to Te Hapu o Ngāti Whiki for $1. In arriving at that recommendation, we considered a number of options which are set out in the report. The recommendation provides the best outcome against the following criteria. It reflects the cultural significance of the site, corrects historical insensitivities, and ensures appropriate stewardship. It recognises Ngāti Whiki as kaitiaki of the site, offering the most effective and respectful solution. It supports Council's strategic framework and relationship under Te Tiriti o Waitangi, provides long-term stewardship of the site without additional financial burden to the Council, reflects the views and preferences of the large majority of submitters, and is legally compliant. The report presents some evidence in support of the recommendation. We've considered the evidence related to cultural and historical importance of the site. This includes historical records, archaeological findings, Mana Whenua's position, all of which support the fact that this is an urapa. These facts are set out in the report as well. I'll hand over to Claire and she can cover off the community views and preferences.
The consultation ran for 8 weeks and included direct communications with property owners, including the absentee owners, emails to previous participants from the 2017 to 19 conversations, and 3 in-person meetings, of which a number of the members of the community here today also participated in. I'd like to note and report to the board, you received an email this morning and report to the community that's here, that item 6.3 within the report have reported the statistics slightly incorrectly. When I was reviewing the information late last week to prepare for today's meeting, I noticed I'd made 2 administrative errors in the collation of the results. One was for a submission that was submitted on behalf of 16 participants, was incorporated incorrectly.
The second was a manually imported into the system after receiving it by email, where we'd misaligned it to unsure when it should have been I do not support it. So I corrected those issues on Friday and can now confirm that the official results are 364 submissions received on behalf of multiple people. And of those, 96.1%, 350, support the proposal, 2.4%, 9, do not, and 1.3%, 5, are unsure. Of those submissions that identified themselves as living in Pūrau or owning a property, 70.9% support the proposal, 22% did not. In addition, we received a petition from Te Hapua Ngāti Wheke with a further 82 signatories in support of the proposal, of which 14 had also completed a submission form. The key themes from some more supporters, which are also shared today through the deputations, is that they consider the reserve to be an ancestral urupa or burial site of at least one rangatiratanga, possibly more, and viewed as sacred for high cultural, historical and spiritual significance to Ngāi Tahu and Te Hapua Ngāti Wheke, which should be respected as such. They consider that as mana whenua and original owners of the land, Te Hapua Ngāti Wheke should be the owners on the land moving forward, enabling them to carry out their kaitiaki responsibilities and protecting and maintaining it for future generations. The proposal honours and respects and restores the mana of the land and the ancestors within it and around it. That the proposal is just, correcting past wrongs and addresses long-standing issues with the activities carried out within it. That the proposal helps communities enrich their understanding about the area, the protocols for wāhi tapu sites, and helps people connect to each other, to the hapu and to the surrounding environment. Key themes from those who did not support the proposal or were unsure was a lack of confidence that council can and will carry out its proposal as outlined in the consultation. Suggesting an alternative classification, as you've heard today, as historic, and an alternative management model, which is one of the options that was set out in the report. Requesting more information about the management of the site or a land management plan. And concerns about sea level rise and the lack of public amenity in the reserve status was changed and did not include compensation by provision of other public reserves. In summary, there were 447 community members across the submissions and petition and organisations who shared their views on the proposal. And I'd like to share one final reflection after hearing and reading all of the feedback, or two final reflections after hearing and reading all of the feedback from both those that supported the proposal and those that did not. The first is that it is clear to me that the site, this reserve, is very special to a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. And secondly, I think it's fair to say that most people who provided feedback think that the reserve should be looked after better than it has been. I'll hand over to Angus.
So I'll just summarise. So there's some key themes coming out of those submissions, and we've heard a number of those today. I'll just summarise those. One is creating certainty, and there's been talk of a lack of confidence that or a lack of understanding about how the site will be developed. Now, the council has a long-standing history and relationship with Ngāti Wheke that is based on trust and confidence, as does the community have a relationship with the likes of council based on trust and confidence that we will deliver. So our relationship with Ngāti Wheke and Ngāi Tahu is no different. In addition, this discussion's been going for 100 years. We've seen the emotion today, the desire to treat this as an urupa site. I would say nobody should have any doubt that Ngāti Wheke will deliver the site and treat it respectfully as an urupa. The treaty settlement process, we've talked about right and wrongs. This is not a principle to the decision at hand. We're making decisions here under the Local Government Act and the Reserves Act. However, returning the land to mana whenua can be seen as an advantage and supportive. If this was Crown-owned land, it would have undoubtedly been incorporated in the lands returned under the treaty settlement process. The council and the community have an opportunity to undertake a commensurate action and restore rightful kaitiaki. Public space and reserve provisions, we've heard a little bit about that. The report sets out that Pūrau exceeds the council's normal policy and levels of service in respect of reserve and open space land without this bit of land. So in short, there is more than adequate reserve provisions under the council's normal policy. Coastal hazards, we've heard a little bit about that. I would suggest that applies to the site, whether it's an Urupā site or reserve. So I think deferring any decision or not making a decision because of that risk makes no sense. Mixed or dual use, it needs to be understood and recognised that any consideration that this property has open space or reserve values is incongruous and insensitive to the fact this is an Urupā site. Additionally, accurately apportioning the site is not possible or sensible. You know, people might like to draw a line on the plan, but you could stray into some cultural insensitivities in doing that because nobody really knows the extent of it. So next steps. If the report recommendation is approved, the revocation process will commence. That's a process council will initiate with DOC. That will take a number of months, if not more than a year. In parallel, documenting and agreeing to transfer the property with Ngāti Wheki will occur. Once the reserve status is revoked, we can legally transfer the land to Ngāti Wheki. You've heard from them that they will apply to have that classified as a Māori reserve, and I would imagine in parallel with that they will want to do development works to treat this site respectively as an Urupā site. So I'll sum up. I encourage the board to consider the overwhelming community support, the historical context, the cultural imperatives, and recommend the board adopt the officer's recommendation to revoke the reserve status and proceed with the transfer. You'll no doubt have a lot of questions. I've got a number of pink slips here. I don't know, you just want to ask the questions or you want me to run through these first? It's up
If
to
you can
you.
run through them first, because as soon as I wrote it down, I went, that's going to be asked. So I just try and bring that back into my brain, might not work right now, but if you can run through them, that would be great.
Do you want me to read out who asked the question? Or?
I don't mind. Do you? Anybody at the table? Yes. Yep.
Is it relevant?
Or just the question?
Well, I'm happy to just read out the question.
Okay.
Council Reserve staff, is there any other suitable land in Pūrau that would be suitable and or that council has ever considered to purchase as reserve land? Like I said, there is not a shortage of reserve land in Pūrau. It meets the council's level of service, at least meets our strategic, well, it exceeds what we would normally do. If the board felt that losing this small portion of land, as you can see on the picture there, was an issue and wanted additional reserve land, that would be something they'd need to address through the council's long-term plan and create funding and a strategic plan to purchase more land in the area. Unlikely to be supported by park staff because they would look at their policies and priorities across the city, and they have deficient areas, so I wouldn't think they'd apply time or resources to areas that exceed.
Yeah, we may have follow-up questions to those too. So before you move on,
if I may,
yeah, I'm happy
to you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that, Angus. And just to reiterate, there is. I know you made the comment that unlikely to be supported by park staff based on current levels of service, but you know all of that can change.
Yes.
And So there is nothing to stop the community board in future advocating for an increase somewhere in Pūro of green space for that can be addressed.
Yeah, that can be
through
addressed.
elected members, through established processes.
Through the annual
If there
plan,
is-
through the
yeah,
LTP, through
yeah.
discussions.
It's always an option.
Always an option.
Cool.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good question.
There's a question here that says change in terminology, giving back to gifting. I think, I can't remember if I've addressed that in this report or probably the first report. So we're looking at transferring this land back at $1. From a valuation perspective, and the first principal decision you need to make as a community board is, do you consider this as an Urdapā site? Which staff are firmly of the view there's sufficient evidence that it is. If it's an Urdapā site or cemetery, it has no value because there is no willing seller, willing buyer. So the market or valuation principles that would apply would not apply because there would be no willing seller or willing buyer of a cemetery. So that's why we're talking about a gifting of nominal value, splitting hairs with terminology. Future of the Urdapā relationship with the community. I think I covered that off in the presentation. We have a very strong relationship with Ngāti Wheki and we have trust and confidence they will deliver. I think this question is probably one that'll come up further on or from board members about co-governance type arrangements, but that is not what we're recommending. I think Donald Couch summed it up in my words. I don't think we would outsource kaitiaki. What is that?
Twice.
Oh, twice. Twice the question has come up about compensation. How can this be addressed? Well, I think that that could lead to value, which I've discussed, or it could be compensation for additional reserve space, which I've also addressed. Takapaniki. Why is Takapaniki different to the space at 177 per hour? There's been lots of comparisons. If we want, I could get Paul to answer, but I think Donald Couch covered this off. Takapaniki is a historic site to everyone, whereas this is an Urdapā site. It's quite different and quite unique. Have council legal staff considered the legal position presented on behalf of Nigel Galter and Christy O'Connor? Are they happy that the council has authority to consider the Treaty of Waitangi under the Reserves Act? What would they recommend in terms of terms and conditions, bearing in mind, as mentioned in the legal submissions? So I think there's a couple of issues here. That submission talked a lot about the Conservation Act. I want to stress the decision you're making today in the resolutions only talk about the Reserves Act and the Local Government Act. We're not making a decision today under the Conservation Act. We have said, much as we have in terms of the treaty, the decision you make today supports those principles and those bits of legislation. It is not the founding principle for your decision. We've covered off in the report terms and conditions. Yes, there are options to impose terms and conditions on the transfer to Ngāti Wheki. We're suggesting that is not commensurate with the relationship we have with Ngāti Wheki. Much the same as the community doesn't impose commercial terms and conditions on the council to deliver outcomes. That there is a lot of trust and a lot of confidence in relationships. We're saying we have the same here. that, and the history ensures that the outcomes will be delivered without that. But if you wanted to go down that track, anything is possible. And that would be a matter of negotiation. Council's legal advisors, if the land is transferred to Ngāti Whiki, would a resource consent or rezoning be required to bury remains there? The answer for that is yes. Short,
New burials.
for new burials, yes. Revocation of reserve status, what is legal exploration to that?
Angus, could you speak up when you're giving the question?
Yeah, I'm sort of muttering to myself as to what the question is. I'm trying to interpret. It came from the first deputation. That came from the first deputation. Revocation of reserve, what is the legal explanation to that? Park that one for a minute and try to get my head around it. Do we need to find more land if this land is transferred to increase green space and parks? I've dealt with that. The answer is no, but as discussed, if you feel there is a need, there are processes available in council for that.
Is there potentially about further consultation?
Revocation of reserve status, what is legal explanation to that? I'm not too sure. Sorry, I'm lost on that one.
Okay.
End of that.
I'm sure.
Sorry. We're happy to answer any other questions and try and help the board through their decision.
Yeah, those were the ones that came up on the spot.
Yeah.
There may be further questions that we have, or clarification questions or information that we need for any decision that is made. So now is the time, team, if we have anything. Everybody's getting their thoughts gathered.
That's okay.
This may take time.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
This shows good process. We're listening when we need to listen, and we're processing when we need to process, and we're asking questions when we need to ask questions. So that's good. I believe in allowing time and space for that. Thank you.
I'll just kick off if that's all right.
Yes, please do.
So in the officer recommendation, Angus, item 4 and the board's the recommend resolution. So that fair and reasonable consideration has been given to all submissions, objections, and all information in accordance with Section 78 of the Local Government Act 2002 and Section 24 of the Reserves Act 1977. So is there anything that you or our other staff members have heard today that would alter that in any way? Like that would you still consider, despite everything you've heard today, that fair and reasonable consideration has been given to all the submissions and objections as they were presented?
As staff, there is nothing that's come out today in terms of information, evidence and advice that would change our recommendations or the content of the report.
Okay, thank you.
Just for clarity, can you remind us, well, we were there, but also for those listening, the process that has led to this as far as, because there has been talk about options and there's no options on this particular piece of paper in front of me. There could be some confusion around that, I guess, and just to clarify that was at a meeting that we had some time ago and we made decisions around that has led us to here because we made choices around options of how to move forward. Is there anything more that you would say to that to clarify the difference between those submissions and what we're doing today?
At that meeting in July, where we came to the community board with a proposal to begin consultation with the community, you were presented with 3 deputations from 3 people that spoke today that told you at that time they were interested in historical reserve based on their experiences in 2017 to 2019 conversations. You had an opportunity then to write it into the report that we needed to engage in historic reserve. You chose not to. What we consulted on was what you signed off at that meeting, which was a proposal as outlined to understand the level of support from the community from that proposal.
Thank you. That clarifies that perfectly.
I might add to that. It's important. I got introduced to this project last year, and to be honest, my first thought in the first meeting was, why are we doing this? Why are we giving away a bit of council land? And it wasn't until I looked at all the facts and evidence that I came to the conclusion we have. But I also recognised at that time, and I was asked by Ngāi Tahu, can we get a decision? And it was pretty evident from what had happened, particularly in 2018-19, there was no process. There was a lot of conversation, a lot of dialogue. It was going nowhere, and there was no real process to take it anywhere. So one of the first things I did was set out a process for everybody. And I think we shared that early on with the board, with the steps and the dates. So it's important to realise you're still in that process, and the intent and the desire of that is to get an outcome. So that's why we're all here, to get an outcome today, and this is part of the process. So as Claire said, that was part of the process set out early on, that we would put to you options, we would make a recommendation on what you should consult on. So it's all been part of a set process, which is fairly standard in terms of dealing with similar such matters. This is quite unique, but this decision making is no different to what council would go through normally.
I'd also like to add that if it wasn't for the community members coming forward in that meeting and our ability to read some of the correspondence that had happened previously, the depth of information provided for the public to make an informed opinion on would not be as, in my opinion, would not be as strong as it was had they not come forward with that information. It's a collation of information that was gathered from community members, from oral history from Te Hapu, Ngāti Whiki and Ngāi Tahu, and council records from not only Christchurch City Council, but Mount Herbert County Council, put together into a timeline to enable the community to make an informed opinion before providing it to us. Yes, the process previously has been drawn out and uncomfortable for many, but what you saw in the consultation and the information put forward today is a accumulation of everything put forward to the community to make an informed decision on. Sorry, an informed opinion on it is your decision.
Thank you. Right, Asif.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to decode my question. Yeah, thank you. Bridget, in her presentation, she gave reference to 2 cases. One is the court appeal in Ngāi Tahu, Maori Trust Board versus Director General of Conservation 1995. And then the second case in 2022. What they were referring to in that case is that decision on that case, which is directly related to this similar issue, has not been resolved. So the Ministry of Conservation has not given authority to the council for them to delegate that case for us to make a decision on. So what is the legal explanation to that? Share a document.
Yeah. So getting into the real nitty-gritty.
Thank you.
So
this and a bit further.
Yeah. Bridget's presentation was dealing with the effect of Section 4 of the Conservation Act, which dictates that the Department of Conservation and all bodies basically that deal with, well, that's the one in contention, whether all bodies that deal with the acts specified in the schedule of the Conservation Act must deal with them with reference to the principles of the treaty. Our position is that that court has not made a firm decision on that, similar to the submission from Ngāi Tahu earlier. That observation from the judge in that case does not make a final decision on that. And in any case, the guidance given to date and for several decades by the Department of Conservation is that this does apply to the council when it's making a decision. But regardless of that, the Conservation Act is not the basis on which we're making the decision today. It is being made under the, as Angus said before, the Local Government Act and the Reserves Act.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And why does that? Is it because earlier we asked Department of Conservation to revoke the status of the reserve?
Yeah.
So why it doesn't come under Conservation Act?
So those are two separate parts. The revocation process requires the consent of the Department of Conservation, and that is separate to the effect of Section 4 of the Conservation Act on the application of the Reserves Act. So I understand that DOC were not willing to give their consent back in 2019 because they were held up on that particular case. And since then, they've changed their perspective on that and they are willing to give their consent.
Okay, so that's why, based on Reserve Act and Local Governments Act, the council can make a decision.
Yes.
They can delegate. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tyrone.
So the final sign off for the revocation is through the Department of Conservation?
Yes.
Is there a risk that the Minister of Conservation would decline to sign it off?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that he has ultimate say. But we've talked to DOC and we've given them a heads up, which they presumably put to the Minister that we're going through this process. DOC senior management have indicated they would support a revocation. So we see that risk as negligible.
Right.
But
the final say goes to the Minister of Conservation of the government of the day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Gillian.
Just a nitty-gritty point of clarification. My understanding was that Bridget Irving said that the Reserves Act is like a schedule to the Conservation Act, so as though they're not separate things, and that the Reserves Act is subject to the Conservation Act. So if that's the case, how can we only be making a decision in terms of the Reserves Act and the Local Government Act? Why is not the Conservation Act also relevant?
Because the decision-making powers for the council come from the Reserves Act and the Local Government Act. And the question about the Conservation Act is whether we would have to give effect, whether we're required to give effect to the true principles of the Treaty of Waitangi or not when administering those acts.
Yeah.
The decision-making power for the council doesn't come from the Conservation Act.
No.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's messy, isn't it?
I think the Conservation Act, correct me here if I'm wrong, has become a bit of a red herring. So like we referred in the report to the treaty, we're saying these decisions support the outcomes or principles of the requirements in that legislation. So it's an advantage to our decision making, but it's not the core principles behind our decision making. Does that sound fair?
It makes sense. Gillian.
Just in terms of the next steps, as mentioned in section 7 of the council report, The one, number 7.1.1, which says documenting an agreement with Te Hapu on Ngāti over the terms and conditions of transfer, including the condition precedent of the revocation. Could you just explain it in kind of more easy to understand language?
Plain English?
Yeah.
We would negotiate and draw up with them a sale and purchase agreement. And that would have a condition that the reserve revocation process had to be completed before we could transfer the property to them under that sale and purchase agreement. So it'd be like you saying you want to buy a property, but I've got to get finance. So we're saying, yeah, we'll sell you that property, but we've got to get the reserve status revoked.
Great.
Question about climate change and sea level rise. And
do you mind speaking up just a little bit, because they're great questions, we all want to hear.
Yeah, climate change. So once it's gifted or ownership is transferred, who's responsible for maintaining and protecting that site?
Well, it'll be Ngāti Whiki's obligation to maintain, manage and look after the site. In terms of sea level rise, that will be a more complex discussion in terms of whether council adopts a strategy of natural retreat or whether they want to protect it. I would suggest the road will be a problem before that property becomes a problem. So there is a whole separate stream of work around climate adaptation and management.
And despite of that, council has got no obligation to contribute to managing that property?
No. If we don't have ownership, no.
Okay. Okay. And another question.
Yes.
About treaty settlement process. Some submitters have reiterated that it will set a precedent. And I have read in the report that it won't. How would we ensure that this decision wouldn't set a precedent for other similar cases in terms of treaty settlement?
A couple of issues. One is just extremely unique. I can think of another example within Christchurch City Council's environs where this is going to become an issue. Any decision here would not create a legal precedent. And I suppose some submitters might argue that it might create a moral or expectation type precedent. But this is principally not about righting the wrong. And there was a litany of issues that led to the wrong, that this thing was alienated from Mana Whenua that should probably never have happened. But this isn't so much about writing this. This is about doing the right thing in terms of the future use and management, control and ownership of this property as an Urapa.
Thank you.
Well, it's like we're wrapping up. While I give everybody the opportunity just to ask those final questions, I am aware that there's a little bit of homework needed to be done before we do anything next, which is adding a word to the recommendations. Is that correct, Steph?
Yes, we've made a recommendation for, we're putting the verb in, notes, it's in italics there. It's the word notes.
Yeah.
You've added the word notes into number 4. Before that, it was that. From that to notes.
That's that.
Okay? Everybody's noted that? Okay. All right. Unless there's any more burning questions, Sharon has another question.
True, yeah. Thank you. where are we looking here? So just looking at the numbering system here. It's page 22 of the agenda, 6.4 under considerations, which I'll read aloud. So there is a risk in the decision to revoke the reserve status and transfer the property to Te Hapu or Ngāti Whiki, that the outcomes anticipated are not delivered. An agreement could be put in place with mechanisms, terms and conditions that protects the future use and management of the property, if that is what the council considers necessary and reasonable to establish mitigations for this risk. So my question to staff would be, in their opinion, does the staff recommendation sufficiently take that into account, or is there an opportunity for elected members to amend the wording of the recommendation to properly take that into account if things get tripped up for whatever reason?
If I'm interpreting that correctly, you're talking about trust and confidence in Ngāti Whiki to manage the site respectfully and appropriately.
Oh, well, I mean, that's not what I was kind of thinking, but that's fine. I'll go with that interpretation. Yep.
Yeah.
I've certainly got no doubts about the competence or the trust. I'm just, for whatever reason, things might fall over. I don't know. I'm just, I don't know what lies ahead.
Yeah.
Or the ins and outs of things. But if just something goes wrong, is there any? Because you've framed that out in the consideration, so I'm considering it and thinking, well, is there anything we need to do within the wording to mitigate any risk there?
Yeah, we brought that to your attention to highlight concerns that some of the submitters have put in, that, could there be a way of creating a mechanism that we get assurance about delivery? So we're saying, yes, there is, but we are not recommending it. And that comes down to some of the relationships and the trust and confidence we have. The other aspect of that is we could put a whole lot of terms and conditions in the agreement.
Yeah, but that's not.
If you don't do this, we're going to buy the property back. If you don't do that, we're going to penalise you. All those sort of things. That isn't a good starting point for a relationship, and it could create conflict, tension and enforcement issues. We're quite happy as staff to do this on trust and relationship. And the history, I think, speaks for itself in terms of what Ngāti Whiki want to do. They haven't sat here for 100 years wanting the site to do something that's incompatible with what we all understand an Uraupā would be.
Yeah. Well, I was kind of, if I can, through you, just so I guess probably the other thing I was kind of thinking was that if the revocation didn't succeed because of legal loopholes that didn't quite pan out the way that anticipated, then what happens, I guess?
In that eventuality, it comes back to what Gillian said, that's a condition precedent, so the transfer would not happen. So that condition of sale and purchase wouldn't be met, so therefore the sale and purchase agreement would fall over. Where does that leave us? Leaves us back where we are now. But we would have to deal with that when we get there. So that's like the minister doesn't approve it or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any last questions?
I do.
Okay, yep. Last question.
A couple of members, they did suggest, while the council has a trust and good working relationship with Ngāti Whiki, is it possible, just for the argument's sake, to put a condition that says it will be used as Uraupā? it is an urupa and it will be used as urupa.
Yeah. Speak up a
Yeah.
little bit there. Okay.
Yes.
So ASIP's asking, would it be possible to put into the sale and purchase agreement a condition that the site is used as an urta site? The technical answer is yes. The practical necessity for that is questionable. I would wonder why we would do that. There is no doubt in my mind that it's exactly what Ngāti Wheki want to do with the site.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Well, I feel that we have reached the end of the question time, and moving on to the next part, which is deliberation. But I, personally myself, I'm happy to move that we adopt the recommendation. Thank you. You guys depart. I'll then ask for a seconder, and then we'll be open for debate. Asa, for seconding? Okay. It's open for debate, where we can have our time if you choose to speak to.
So you've moved you've moved the recommendation as is?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
And it's been seconded.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. The floor is now open for debate. I'm happy to begin, but as a mover, isn't the mover the last person to debate? I just
You get two turns.
Oh, do I get two turns?
Quite respectfully, Madam Chair, you both open and close if you desire.
Yes, I'm happy to get the ball rolling. I feel that we've had fair and reasonable consideration, and that it's been given to all the submissions. There's been a good amount of information, verbal history, written history, data, engagement. I think that it's been fantastic. Now, with our delegation on the subject to revoke the reserve status and to return to Te Hapa and Ngāti Wheki, it makes sense, and I feel it's the right thing to do.
Kia ora koutou, ko Kathy Lam toko ingoa. I just want to mihi to everyone that gave their time and to Ngāti Wheki for their patience. Before I give my vote, I just want to share my truths about burial spaces and significance for my family and the decisions I make. In my culture, during Easter time, my 92-year-old mum, as of last week, would set a date where we go and visit our cemeteries. And we'd have traditions around visiting our cemeteries for our ancestors. And also growing up, I have also seen the reverence and the respect in others' cultures and religions that pay respects to their burial sites and how they look after their graves. And so even today, my family and us, we practice our tradition of Paisan here in New Zealand, and that's very important to us. And so I understand the decision I need to make today. So I have read all the submissions, and while listening to the oral submissions today, I see a common theme, and the theme is on reverence and respect. And everyone here today has acknowledged that, and the site is an urupa. This reverence and respect is why I say yes, so Ngāti Wheki can protect and practice kaitiaki for now and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think all who participated in this consultation process and who shared their time presenting their case here with us. And I thank staff for detailed report. It covered every aspect of the presentation that I expected. Thank you for that. To those who concern, I assure you that ongoing dialogue will remain a cornerstone of this process. The reserve will continue to be a shared space of significance where its sanctity is upheld and its soul is in our collective heritage is preserved. We trust in the leadership and experience of Mana Whenua and the Council to ensure this. This decision has not been taken lightly. We recognize that there are diverse perspectives within our community, some in strong support, while others have questions and concerns. To all voices, I want to say that I have listened deeply and I have read through all the submissions that you have made thoroughly. This reserve holds immense cultural, historic, and spiritual significance to Mana Whenua, and I think this is the right thing to do so that they can protect and look after it the way they want. I see this decision reflects the belief system of the people who are buried in that urupa, one or many, who cannot speak their views. I see it at time to pay respect to their belief system. They are not going to take this bit of land away, nor we, who we are alive today. We're going to go leave this land one way or the other. I'm an Indigenous person myself and understand Indigenous ways of living globally, where oral stories matter the most, up and above a legal documentation that existed. That's how traditional, unwritten, cultural, and Indigenous people work. That's the case in my case. And I see that the personal reflection of where the urupa is, the size, the boundaries may not matter to some. It may matter to some, but it doesn't matter where it is. But it's acknowledging the fact that there is an urupa and that it should be respected the way it is. Means a lot. While in my tradition, we have a special terminology, the food being served in an urupa, in a shrine or a grave. It is called tabaruk. It's a sacred food. In my culture, it is okay. It's a blessing thing to do, to eat at someone's grave. Here it is not. So I think, like myself, we should respect that. And I expect someone else to do the same if they come to visit my ancestors' grave. There's one whakatoki that I just want to say, that we walk backwards into the future. By acknowledging the past, we strengthen our past ahead, our path ahead. Let us stand together as one community and embrace the opportunity to honor the stories, people, and the place that connect us. Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Asif. Anybody else like to comment?
Yes. Kia ora koutou, ko Gillian Freita. So I would like to, yes, again, thank all the submitters for all their time that they've put into this process and for coming along. And it's part of a democratic process, and it's great that people get involved, I think, because it's hard and it's time consuming. And also the council staff for all the work they put into this. I think it's, in terms of the urupa, it's, I've driven past there so many times because we travelled to Port Levy, Kakararata quite a lot, and never noticed the piece of land there. But I went yesterday and had a good look around. I didn't want to walk across the property, but I walked around the edge. And yeah, so that was amazing to see. But it's also amazing to me then that it has been hasn't been managed probably as it should have definitely in the last, well, forever until possibly now. And recognise, so yeah, it's amazing and also sad that that has happened. I suppose, so I've worked as a planner for a long time in resource management, and I was questioning the process a bit because I'm used to decisions being made with conditions. That's what we do in the Resource Management Act. But having talked to staff about, because there's been various kind of talk of conditions and things that could apply, but I'm satisfied that, okay, I know that definitely this isn't a resource management process, and I just have to get my head around that, but also that there is this long-standing relationship between the City Council and Ngāi Tahu, Ngāti Whiki, and that relationship involves a lot of trust between both parties, and that is how we could move forward on that. We would move forward in terms of that trust. So I'm happy to support the staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Gillian. Tyrone.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Well, not through you, I'm debating, sorry. Look, I think it's, I just want to start off by saying that it's such a unique privilege to be able to have this discussion and to be part of this process today. Like I don't think, who gets to do, like it's been said so many times today, that it's a unique situation. And I don't think I'll ever, or any of us, as long as we're elected members, will ever get to do anything like this, anything remotely like this ever again. So it's really privileging and significant that we do this. I never imagined when I first went to Pūrau as a 9-year-old camping and running around on that reserve, unfortunately, and thinking that 40 years later I'd be actually involved in a significant decision around that particular piece of whenua. And I don't think anybody what do they call it, like the Colonial Native Department or the Department of Native Affairs or any other paternalistic arm of local government have ever really considered the types and experience of the people that would be considering this today, all the different perspectives as New Zealanders, as tangata Tiriti today here. It's just a really interesting space that we've got to. So just acknowledging that. I've probably taken up half the time of my debate. But how long have I got? 3 minutes. Oh, geez. All right, I'll make it quick. Look, the submissions have been pretty clear. But it's vastly in favour of the staff resolution, but that's not the same as democracy. We've got plenty of people that come to council and say we should do what the submissions say, but I think public consultation is a lot more nuanced and considered than that. We've been very privileged to get a range of viewpoints on this today. So I want to thank the submitters, all the people who have come from a range of perspectives and given their heart and soul to their submissions often. And there's been nothing but respect shown today and through the submissions. So I just want to acknowledge that. I want to specifically acknowledge the comments from Jill today. I think that it's really important to say that it's not easy to stick your head above the parapet and to articulate counterfactuals. It's really important that people do that because it really challenges thinking and how we do things, and that's been done respectfully and demonstrates a real passion for community and whenua that transcends notions of tangata whenua and tangata tiriti. So I really want to acknowledge that. Similarly, Graham has presented very technical analysis that's really interesting and demonstrates how meaningful the site is in many different ways. I just want to say, look, there's been no shortage of consultation for the community on this. 100 years, give or take, decades of bureaucratic missteps, misunderstandings, misrepresentation, or just missing the point. That's caused a lot of heartache and heartbreak, and speaking for myself, quite a few heart palpitations. I think, you can quote me on that, Sinead. I think the community's views have been really well aired. We can't get everything right from a protest perspective. We've really done everything we can to be transparent and considered. The very first community board meeting I ever attended was to discuss this, and it got left on the table because it was not considered appropriate to make a decision because all the layers of bureaucracy had not been peeled back as of then. But now the bureaucratic stars are aligned, we can make a decision to revoke the reserve status and finally get to a place to address some of the errors of the past. And as my colleague here said, speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. Māori did not fence the reserve or put the boundary fences in, but Ngāti Whiki have been bound and continue to be bound by metaphorical boundaries, restricting them from realising Article 2 of Te Tiriti. They've been continuously asked to justify a position that is plainly supported in the text and principles of Te Tiriti. If this board supports the revocation of the final sign-off of the revocation of the reserve, which I think it is, I certainly do, the sign-off will go to the Minister of Conservation, who I respectfully ask to support this. It's been a good faith process. It remains a good faith process. It should always be a good faith process. And I think everybody who submitted, everybody in this room, and everybody who stands in the rohe of Ngāti Whiki should be proud. It should be something to be proud of as we finally can move forward towards restoring this whenua to its rightful kaitiaki.
Cool. Thank you, everybody. Just to follow with process now, we just need to put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Okay. All those against? That is carried. Any abstentions? Now it's carried. All right. Thank you, everybody. As it's been mentioned before, and I wholeheartedly agree that I just think a healthy community requires a willingness to engage with diverse perspectives and respectfully consider opposing viewpoints. Thank you again to everybody for the courage and the commitment to this important conversation. Let us finish with the karakia. Ona hea, ki te uru tapu nui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau. Te tina, te wairua e te ara takata. Ko ia rā e rongo, whakaaria ake ki runga. Ke tina, tina, hui e, tai.